Okay. Are we good? And good. Cool. All right. And this one goes here. All right. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. All right. Oof. Apologize for being a little late today. I put in hours at my LGS. I came home. It's too warm out. I left the store. It was about 35 Celsius, or about 95 Fahrenheit. Plus the humidity. Pardon me. So, and I haven't been home long. I haven't had a chance to eat. I've barely had a chance to wipe down. I haven't even changed my top because I'm like, it is going to be too warm for that. Oh yeah, the other thing I gotta do. Make sure this thing is set to notifications. There. Let's see if that's enough. Yeah, the weather app on my phone says it's currently 33 degrees out. For those that don't do Fahrenheit, if it's 70 degrees, that's about typical room temperature. If it's about 80, it's fairly warm. If it's 90, it's what most people would consider hot. .40 Celsius is 104 Fahrenheit. So if it's a 3-digit Fahrenheit number, it's too warm for most of the probably 98% of the population. I have my air conditioning going. I need to block my door from trying to swing open. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Because I have the air conditioning gone in my room. And hopefully that's enough to keep me and the computer cool enough. So, oh, bloody hell. I am not well organized today. So it doesn't whine, complain, carry on like a... I think anything I could compare it to would be slandering somebody. So anyway. I'll just... Nah. If you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all, etc., etc., etc. So Planeshift. Planeshift, I mean, this is back when, like, this is 143 cards, and back in the day, when they did the block structure. I'll just pull this up real quick. 335, alright. You had one big set and two small sets that followed it. And generally speaking, the big set would be about 335 cards, give or take. And then the two small sets that followed it would be about 143 cards each. Maybe at some point 165, but you know, in that mid 100s, you know, about halfway between 1 and 200 range, in that ballpark. And sure, it may be less than 300 for the first set, but it'd be like somewhere between 300 and 350 in that general first half of 300s range. Now, if you've played Magic, pardon me, if you've played Magic over the last few years, you're aware that when you do a set, you know, a new set comes out, if there's any kind of sealed deck event for it, sealed, limited, you know, people drafting, whatever, it's usually just that set, and everything is contained within that set. When you played block, let's say you're drafting. Every player in a draft needs 3 packs. The first set in the pack, or the first set in the block. Let's take Invasion. Where's Invasion? Invasion Planeshift Apocalypse, also nicknamed IPA, because the first letter of each set. If you're just, you know, if Invasion has come out and the other two haven't come out yet, you're just drafting with Invasion. Once Planeshift comes out, it was common for it to be one set of Invasion, like one pack of Invasion, and the other two are Planeshift, till probably about halfway through the set's lifespan. Like about halfway before, you know, about halfway to, you know, half the time until Apocalypse releases, at which point then it would lean more towards 2 Invasion and 1 Planeshift, because Planeshift being a smaller set, it's easier to collect the cards that you need. And people are still trying to get the cards they need from Invasion. And Invasion had some really good cards back then. When Apocalypse rolls around, initially, it would commonly, not always, but would commonly start off the same way. You'd have, you know, 1 Invasion pack and 2 Apocalypse packs. But then sometime down the road, it might switch over to an IPA draft, i.e. 1 pack of Invasion, 1 pack of Planeshift, and 1 pack of Apocalypse. And some places would do that, and some events would do that, and some events would do, you know, 2 Invasion, 1 Apocalypse, 1 Planeshift, 2 Apocalypse, or 1 Invasion, 2 Apocalypse, yada yada yada. But the third set in this draft usually got the short end of the stick. For a sealed deck event, you would always get, you know, either a tournament pack, if this was still a thing during the time when this was going on, which was Here is a... It's kind of like a pre-release kit. You know, it's about probably about half that size physically. And the newer ones, the ones that were actually called tournament packs, were, I believe, the equivalent of like 3 booster packs and 30 basic lands, 6 of each. And what that got you was enough of, you know, you didn't have to, you didn't have to end up ordering extra booster boxes. And if you wanted to run a sealed event, you start off with this, and then you just add on 3 booster packs of whatever the most recent set is. You're doing an invasion sealed? Cool. Here's your tournament pack and 3 boosters. You're doing Planeshift. Here's your tournament pack and 3 boosters. You're doing Apocalypse. Here's your tournament pack and 3 boosters. And that's how simple it was. You reprint tournament packs, and they essentially were 3 booster packs plus basic land. You know, 45 actual cards. So, you know, and in roughly the same ratios, like 3 rares. Mythics didn't exist yet. 3 rares. I want to say it was 11 uncommons. It might have only been 9. Let's go with 9 since that's the same ratio for booster packs. So 3 and 9 is 12. That will leave 33 commons. And so you do enough of sealed events, you're going to have all the cards that you need for invasion just from doing sealed events. But yeah, so that was invasion. And then Odyssey rolled around, and you would go through the same routine again, except using Odyssey tournament packs with Odyssey Torment Judgment, and then Onslaught Legion Scourge, same idea, using Onslaught starters. Anyway. But the second and third sets were commonly less than half the size of the first set. Now, if you take a look at what I've got in front of me, you see it says 17 cards with a mono white, with basically exactly a mono white color identity. Only 17 cards. That's 85 cards out of 143. That means I should be able to go through Planeshift fairly quickly tonight. And I might actually be able to do all the cards. So let's give this a try. Let's try not to take too long on any one particular card. It's already past quarter after. Let's see what happens. Alright, Heroic Defiance. Keep in mind your first comparison, even at this point, is going to be Holy Strength. 1 white. Enchant creature gets +1/+2. To get straight up +3/+3, you could probably get away with double white, which would be about 1 white +2. But this is basically mana cheaper. Gets +3/+3 unless it shares a color with the most common color among all permanents, or a color tied for the most permanent, or the most common. So, what's the most common color on the board? If the most common color on the board is black, and you put this on a green creature, you're good. If the most common color is green, and you put us on a green creature, it does nothing. If the most common color is green, and it also, and red also has the same number of permanents, because keep in mind it says permanents, and you put this on a green or red card, it does nothing. If green and red are the most common colors, and you put this on a red-white creature, it is red. The fact that it's also white does not matter. Red is one of the red is tied with green for the most common color. It does nothing. But as soon as green beats it by 1, red is no longer the most common color, at which point suddenly this is giving +3/+3. This is one of those cards where you're probably going to be throwing it on one of your opponent's cards. So if you're doing that, play with politics in mind. If you want to play with this card, assume you're going to be throwing it on your opponent's creature. Semite Pilgrim. There are 2 differences between this and Semite Healer. A, Semite Healer can target any creature. Or sorry, basically any permanent that can take damage. Technically any target, but realistically, lands and enchantments don't really take damage. Two, to compensate for the fact that it can only affect creatures, it can now prevent damage based on how many basic land types you have. So here's a fun one for you. You're playing a mono white deck, theoretically. You're playing mono white. You can play Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, which turns all lands into swamps, in addition to their other types. You can also play Yavimaya, Cradle of Growth, which turns all lands into forests, in addition to their types. You can have a mana base of, let's say, I typically run about 38 lands-ish, and 6 sufficiently large accelerators. I don't like small accelerators unless I have a specific reason for them, because for personal opinion, I don't like playing cards like Rampant Growth, especially in a monocolored deck. In Commander, because for 1 more mana, and sometimes not even 1 more mana, I can get, for 1 more mana over Rampant Growth, I get Cultivate. I get a land in play and another land in my hand that I can potentially be playing the same turn. I can get, like, depending on the cards I play and the circumstances I play them under, I can get 2 lands into play. Here's a fun thing. I am willing to play, no shame whatsoever, I'm willing to play Burnished Heart. A 3 mana 2/2 that on the next turn, even if I haven't hit any lands, I can pay 3 mana again and sacrifice the heart to get 2 more lands into play. So yes, I paid 6 mana, but I paid it over 2 turns. So it's not, it is 6 mana, but it's not 6 mana, if that makes sense. Or, you know, I can play, like, the annoying thing is, for 1 mana, you get Land of War Realms and all its variants, and Wild Growth and all its variants. For 3 mana, I know I can get lands into play untapped, or I can dig 2 lands out of my deck, or I can get this, that, whatever. So 2 mana just to get a land, unless the land is entering untapped somehow. And that's sometimes the thing. You know, depending on the color scheme you're playing, for example. Nature's Lore says you search for forest, does not say basic, and you put it in play. You put it onto the battlefield, and then they shuffle. I want to see what the Final Fantasy one. Oh, the Final Fantasy one is pretty. Oh, that is pretty. I can see that one going up in price just due to the art. That's pretty. Sorry. But again, that's a me thing. But for 3 mana, it's not hard to get lands. Like, it's not hard to get 2 lands into play. Or at the very least, 1 land into play and another one in your hand. At the very least. Sometimes you can actually just go, hey, by the way, here's 2 more lands. I personally don't like rampant growth. But that being said, I'm a little more comfortable. Well, my brain works in weird ways when it comes to Commander. I'm a little more comfortable with a 2 mana artifact that taps for additional mana. Mind Stone? Sure, go for it. You know, Thought Vessel? No problem. You know, any sort of colorless, go for it. Not a problem. Play them all day long. I will play them all day long. Not a fan of rampant growth in their ilk. But that might also be coming from the fact that, and now here's the thing, that's in Commander. Some of you may remember how I mentioned last week that my brain works, may have been the week before, works in different ways when it comes to what I'm playing. Kitchen table, I don't like feeling like I'm locked out of the game and I just can't play and I can't do anything and yada yada yada. But at a tournament setting, that's how the game is designed. We're playing competitively. We're trying to actually beat each other, etc., etc. Go for it. Not a problem. Commander, I don't like playing cards like Rampant Growth. Secure Tribe Elder, on the other hand, no problem. Probably because he does more than just dig a land out of your deck. He is a creature that you can attack and block with. But you looking at a format like Standard, occasionally Modern, it's, you know, Pioneer, stuff like that. Pretty much any other format, sure, I'll play them. It's not, I'm playing them because that's all I've got to work with. It's like, oh, okay. I wanted 2 mana ramps? Spell. Oh, rampant growth's in the format. Okay. Put them in. Not even a second thought. Farseek, same thing. Farseek, I'm a little more comfortable with in Commander because you're commonly playing multiple colors, and so the ability to fix your mana. You know, Farseek being a green spell that can fetch you a red-white source. The flip side of all this is I also tend to play more basic lands than a lot of people do. You know, but rampant growth does so well when you're playing a lot of basics. If you're running 20 basic lands, especially if you're playing, say, 3 colors, rampant growth goes really well in there. But I don't like playing rampant growth in a deck like that. But I'm more comfortable playing Farseek. Some of this I can wrap my brain. Some of this I can wrap my brain around, and some of this I just can't. Anyway, don't remember how I got off on this tangent, but anyway. Oh, yeah. Anyway, what I was saying was because of, because this has a domain ability, which is, I think we were, I think we knew of calling it that back then, but but it wasn't actually written on any of the cards. And I think during Time Spiral they actually wrote out the word, because you notice how in the Oracle text here it actually says domain. I think the first time we actually saw that on an actual physical card was during Time Spiral. But I think it had already entered the colloquial vernacular, to use the fancy wording for it. I think we had already hit the common slang by around this time, even though we didn't have, even though it was never written on any of the cards. Gating, another ability which will eventually come to, same idea. Anyway, but this can prevent, in a mono white deck, it is not unreasonable for this to prevent, oh my god, I'm feeling better, to prevent 3 damage. Sorry, the AC is finally getting me to the point where it's like, I'm actually starting to feel slightly cool now. Like, once the rest of my body, the opposite of I'm finally getting enough cold air that whatever is left on me is starting to get cold. Anyway, but yeah, you can actually, in a mono white deck, prevent up to 3 damage to a creature just by tapping, which is pretty big. If you're looking for damage prevention, don't forget that you can run Urborg and Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth and Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. You can run both of them in decks that don't feature either color. In fact, you can run them in completely colorless decks if you want. Because if you have a colorless card that has Swamp Walk or Forest Walk or, something of that, or deals damage based on a number of swamps an opponent controls or something. Actually, you can do something crazy with like like a completely colorless deck, Urborg to my Yawgmoth and Korma spell and do some annoying shenanigans with that. Enjoy. Um, make sure that whatever you do, it's not making the table here. You don't have everyone else at the table lift up the table and thwack you with it. You know, table flip on epic proportions. Let's not go there. Anyway. But yeah. So if you're looking to prevent, because here's the thing: if you care about preventing damage, you're playing a mono white deck. Preventing 3 damage just because somebody's got Urborg and somebody's got Yavimaya out. Whether that's you or somebody else at the table. You get to go, cool. You try and lightning bolt my commander? Okay, I'll prevent it. Okay, it's a 3/3 normally. I prevented the 3 from lightning bolt. Got any more? No? Oh. Which is part of why, as I said before, and I'll say it again, I like cards like Fissure and Lava Flow and Aftershock because they don't care how big the creature is. They don't care about dealing damage. They just go kill it. But yeah, Sunlight Healer, if you're looking to prevent damage and you want to keep your commander or something else specific alive, Sunlight Pilgrim in a well-built deck. If you're playing Azorius, you then get to add Harbinger of the Seas. If you're playing Boros, you then get to add Magus of the Moon. If you're playing Jeskai, you could run both, plus Urborg, plus Yavimaya, and go tap and prevent 5. If you're doing that, have some kind of untap shenanigans somehow on your Samite Pilgrim, and you can be preventing so much damage. People just, what? Swords to Plowshares, your Samite Pilgrim. Oh, and I only gain 1 life? Damn. Surprise deployment. Cast a spell only during combat. Cast a spell only during combat. Combat consists of beginning of combat. Declare attackers. Declare blockers. Combat damage. End of combat. Any of those 5 slots, you can play surprise deployment. Which also means if you have a creature that's got haste, you can put it in during beginning of combat, and it's around to be there when you go declare attackers. Okay. You may put a non-white creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. At the beginning of the next end step, return it to your hand. So, what do you call it? Scroll Scepter. Panoptic Mirror. The beginning of your upkeep. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Um, sorry, I saw Panoptic Mirror, and then because it says remove 2 sorcery cards in a single graveyard from the game. Then when you play, whenever one is played, you can play the other without paying its mana cost. There are 2 sorcery cards that I can think of in Commander that you can run any number of. Dragon's Approach and Slime Against Humanity. Slime Against Humanity makes an ooze token that has a bunch of +1/+1 counters on it and trample, equal to 2 plus number of oozes or cards named Slime Against Humanity in your graveyard or in exile. Dragon's Approach deals 3 damage to all to all players. And if you exile the one being cast and 4 more, you can grab any dragon that's in your deck and put into play. So you can have, say, 25 Dragon's Approaches, 25 Slime Against Humanity, and a Spellweaver Helix. Cast the two sorceries, throw them on the Helix, and then anytime you cast a slime, you get a Dragon's Approach for free, and anytime you cast a Dragon's Approach, you get a slime for free. Have fun. All that came because I was considering surprise deployment. That being said, surprise deployment can only go on a non-white creature. You can only use it on a non-white creature, which kind of makes sense given the flavor of what's going on at this point. Basically, the entirety of, the invasion is the invasion of Dominaria by the Phyrexians. And so all of Dominaria is banding together. Hilariously, there's no card with banding in the set, to fight the Phyrexian invasion. So, cards being able to do things that involve a color that's not themselves is not a big surprise in this set, or in this box in general. This is what this batch of cards is trying to do. The entire set, the entire block, is based around that piece of storyline. So for white to get a card that says drop a non-white card into play makes sense. Now, so there's a few reasons to do this. You want the come into playability. There's a lot of good playable cards, even back then, that have good playable common play abilities. the card has got a leave play ability. Much less common because you want something that says when this leaves the battlefield, as opposed to when this dies. However, it still comes into play. Well, there's those, or then there's the creature-ness of the card itself being relevant. So, in theory, what you want something like this for somebody's attacking you. You drop, I don't know, a giant ocean beast into play. Block. And your opponent goes, well, you just ate my creature and got your creature back to your hand to cast it again later. That's the level 1. You know, that's your first level noob idea. Then you go, yeah, but if I have a creature that's got a good come into play ability, or in theory, a good leave play ability, which is harder to find, but not, you know, the first card I think of for an effect like that is Thragtusk, because Thragtusk specifically says when it leaves the battlefield. When it enters the battlefield, gain 5 life. When it leaves the battlefield, not when it dies, make a 3/3 beast. You get a Thragtusk come into play, you gain 5 life, you block with it. It goes back to your hand at the end of turn, and you get a 3/3 beast left behind. And maybe next turn, you've actually got your 5th mana, so you can actually cast the Thragtusk for full. Okay. So come and play leave play shenanigans. Okay, okay. It comes into play during combat. You have until the end of turn. So what can you do with it during that time frame? It doesn't have to be involved during combat. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. You drop a giant beastie like Griselbrand or Atraxa. I think it's Grand Unifier. Into play. Well, not Atraxa because she's every color but red. And you get a bunch of cards in your hand. You do this, and then you cast something like Metamorphosis. I dropped an 11 mana creature into play for 4. I Metamorphosis. It's an 11 mana creature. It cost me 4. So for 5 mana, I've now generated 11 red mana, let's say, and now I cast something giant. There are interesting ways to make this work for you, if you want to make this work for you. You can think of this as like, I think it's Goryo's Vengeance I'm thinking of? No, not Goryo's Vengeance, the other one. Footsteps of the Goryo. You can think of it as another Footsteps of the Goryo. And because this is bring a creature back from your graveyard to the battlefield, sacrifice at the end of turn. This is drop a creature from your hand directly into play, send it back to where it was at the end of turn. Same idea. One more mana, but this is similar. So if you have cards that you don't mind only being able to be used once, you could have a lot of fun with Surprise Deployment. Planewalker's Mirth. This is... I think in Commander, what you want is do a little setup with this card. Play a card like Glasses of Urza. I think it's a 1-mana artifact if I remember right. Tap, look at target player's hand. Or, not a big deal. Real cheap, really easy to use. Every so often, take a look to see who's got what. You don't need to be completely accurate. You want to feel. And at some point, you activate Mirth. And based on what you have seen, and what's likely to have happened in the meantime, make some educated guesses. And go, I'm targeting you. Because you want the person who's there's two variables you have to work with. Who was most likely to give me life? And who's most likely to give me the most life? And that's not necessarily going to be the same thing. Let's say one person has got 7 1-drops in their hand. Their entire hand is 7 1-drops. Regardless of what you hit, you're going to gain life. It's only going to be 1, but you're going to gain life. On the other hand, you could have somebody who's got like 2 7-drops and 5 lands. Okay, 7 and 7 is 14. So your average hit is going to be 2 life. But it's either going to be 0 or 7. You've got about a 29% chance of getting 7 and a 71% chance of getting 0. Or you've got a 100% chance of getting 1. And you have to decide what's more relevant. The problem with a card like this, though, Is it so easy for white to gain life? On creatures, on enchantments, on planeswalkers, on lands, on... Yeah. If I'm looking to gain life, the big thing... The big thing that Planeswalker's Mirth does for me that most life cards don't do is give me some kind of information about what my opponent's got. And that's it. If I'm looking to gain life, play something else. Aurora Griffin. Kind of a weird looking card. It's like, why would you bother? So it's a 4 mana 2/2 flyer. White, target permanent becomes white till end of turn. I will point out, again, and I commonly will, that lands, by default, do not have a color. By default, they are colorless sources, unless an effect makes them some color. Aurora Griffin can turn around and say, hey, guess what? Till end of turn, you're a white card. It's a little more interesting in the context of sets like Invasion, because asking what colors something is or isn't is occasionally relevant. I think it's more interesting in Commander. If you start looking at the idea of certain cards, and not just from Invasion era, care about oh, yeah, guess what? Chroma's Memorial gives stuff protection from black and from red, right? Yeah. I'm gonna override the fact that this thing is a red-green card with it being white. What? A Chroma's Memorial does not get as much... A Chroma's Memorial is still a really, really stupidly good card that does a bunch of things and has text on it that people... There's always something on there people forget about. Aurora Griffin can... Like, there are a lot of cards that, if depending on how you play them, can really mess up a lot of people. Honorable Scout. What I've said previously about life gain, if your deck cares about gaining life, you want one of two things. Which is more important? Gain a bunch of life at once? Or have a bunch of instances of gaining smaller amounts of life? Because some effects don't care. They just want you to have gained life at some point, because it's not the fact that you've gained life, it's your life total is now whatever, and how you got there doesn't matter. Okay. Felidar Sovereign, Test of Endurance, I think does that, etc., etc. No big deal. So, you have that. A Johnny's Pride Mate, if you're to gain 10 life, would much rather you have 10 instances of gaining 1 life at a time. Well of Lost Dreams, I think it is. Would kind of rather you gain that 10 life all at once. There's no wrong answer. The question is, what's more important for the way the deck that you have in mind is how do you the deck that you're conceiving, which is more important? Honorable Scout is going to turn around. It's going to come into play, and it's going to gain you a bunch of life all at once. I think in a bad game, it's going to come into play and be like a 1-mana 1/1 gain 4 life. Because it will come down in the first like 2 or 3 turns. Somebody's got like, you know, they've got like 2 permanents in play that are, maybe they've got, they've cast a Blood Fountain and they've got like a Carnophage in play. Or they cast Dragon Fodder or something of that nature. You cast this on like turn 3 or turn 2 or whatever. And they've only got a couple of things in play. On the other hand, you have other fingers. It is, yes, it's a 1-drop, but it's a 1-drop that's not unreasonable to drop on turn 7 and gain like 20 life because somebody's got a bunch of stuff on the board. One player's running like Jund tokens. And suddenly, here's, a sprawling, I paid 1 mana, I gained 20 life. You want a life gain card, this is the kind of card that you really want to be playing. Pauper players, don't forget about this thing. Like, especially, I am going to make a note of that. Honorable Scout. Planeshift. But yeah, it is very reasonable for this to be a 1-mana card in a Commander game that if you literally are able to wait a turn, can gain you like 8 life in 1 shot. Guard dogs. 4 mana for a 2/2 creature. Again, a damage prevention creature. So if you figure Semite Healer is a 2 mana 1/1. For a 2/2, you expect it to be 3 mana. You're spending an extra mana for what's supposed to be a stronger damage prevention ability. Let's see what happens. Activation cost. Paying 3 and tapping it. Well, the tap is already assumed. But now it's an additional 3 mana to activate. Choose a permanent you control. Pikachu, I choose you. Prevent all combat damage target creature would deal this turn if it shares a color with that permanent. I prevent all your damage if you and the card that I chose share a color. It's a little on the expensive side, but hilariously, if you've got Aurora Griffin in play, target permanent becomes white. Let's choose the guard dogs. It's only going to check. It's only going to try and prevent the damage when the ability goes to resolve. And it doesn't even check to see if they match until the ability goes to resolve. Guard dogs. Choose my own creature. Okay. I choose guard dogs. Okay. Aurora Griffin. I make your creature white. Okay. I'm still hitting you for 11. I prevent it all. What? Yeah, I prevent it all. It now shares the color with my guard dogs. I prevent it all. What? The first time they're just gonna... They'll expect it next time, but yeah. That's when you turn around and you take guard dogs and, Aurora Griffin out. And, they're not expecting it anymore. Lash Knife Barrier. Speaking of damage prevention, this thing is great. This basically prevents 1 damage to all your creatures from, like, anytime a source tries to deal damage to any of your creatures, this prevents 1, and you drew a card for it. This is actually a really solid card. This is one of those cards where it's like, yeah. Am I wanting to build, like, are you playing Pillow Fort? Pillow Fort? Yeah, are you playing Pillow Fort? I build up so much defense that you can't get through. You might want, a good example would be a deck based around Propaganda and Ghostly Prison and Collective Restraint and similar cards so that you can't be attacked. And then, like, Fear Safety and a bunch of other stuff to, if people try and do something to your stuff, they either have to pay extra or they're restricted in some way. They can't cast spells on your turn or on somebody's turn that's not theirs, so they can only cast on their own turn. But doesn't basically make it so it's really hard for... Yeah, throw a Lash Knife Barrier into there, especially if you've got people that like to play red, or actually red or green, because green likes to beat down with big creatures, and this allows you to just absorb a bunch more. Hobble. Hobble tries to be a cantrip pacifism. It is so close. Can't attack. Can't block if it's black, which makes sense because this is not a hate crime thing. As much as some people might want to think of it this way. This is a white card. The Phyrexians in this kind of setting were commonly black, although don't forget a lot of black allied groups were also on the defensive side, as like on the side supporting those who were being invaded. The invaders were largely black. There were some on the defensive forces that were also black. But this is why it's like, yeah, can't block if it's black. Can't attack. Can't block if you're black. Comes in play, draw a card. It's like, it's so close. By now, you should be able to get, you can probably get, the thing is, you can now get Arrest for 2 mana. You should be able to get at least Cantrip Pacifism for 3. Dominary's Judgment. This is funny. If you have basically until 3 mana, this is, I would say this might be the progenitor to Teferi's Protection. 3 mana, instant. Until end of turn, all creatures you control gain protection from one of 5 colors. And basically, if you control a land with a corresponding basic land type, your creatures have protection from the relevant color for that basic land. So, do you have at least 1 mountain? Cool. All your creatures have protection from red. Do you have at least 1 forest? Cool. All your creatures have protection from green. Do this for all 5 colors. I think this is the progenitor for Teferi's Protection. If you want to do the color protection shenanigans, it's a good place to start. Samite Healer. Remember what I was saying a moment ago about guard dogs? How, you know, it would be cute in a you know, it's a cute thing to try and pull once, but then people will be expecting it. That's at the point where you take it out and you leave it out for like 6 months, a year, till they more or less forget about it, and then you slip it back in. Samite Elder. It's the upscale version of that. Play a card. Plays this in a 5-color deck. Combat happens. Tap. I choose my general as my target. Okay. Creatures you control gain protection from the colors of target permanent you control till end of turn. Actually, what happens if the color is determined on resolution? Okay. Color is determined on resolution, so you never have to worry about the color is that permanent. Yeah. Pollen Remedy. Again, if you want damage prevention, Pollen Remedy is scarily good. 1 white, prevent 3 damage, split up however you want. Doesn't have to be 3 to 1 target. It can be 1 to this and 2 to that. It can be 1 to you, and 1 to me. However you want it. It can be 3 to that thing over there. However you want to do it. If you pay the kicker cost, which is sacrifice a land, you prevent 6 damage. That's kind of huge. Again, if you're in the mood for damage prevention, Pollen Remedy is kind of scarily good. So I've gone through my 12 for white. There's only 5 left. Voice of All. I've talked about Voice of All when I've been talking about the other voices. Voice of Grace, Voice of, Voice of Truth, etc., etc. This is the best one out of all those. And it's still, like, the Dominaria remastered version is 6 cents. And even, like, the only one that's at all resembling expensive is the 10th edition foil at a little over $4 each. This is not expensive. And this was in the Commander 2011 precon for Heavenly Inferno. I would say it's still playable now. It's a 2/2 flyer. That's commonly going to have protection from red or not red, protection from black or from green. Because somebody's going to name that, and that means they just can't. It's going to consistently get through for 2 damage. Yeah. If you're looking for a cheap flyer with protection from a color, Voice of All is a good go-to point. If I ever come across one of these, obviously, if I ever come across one of these while I'm doing this stuff that's better than Voice of All, I'll point it out. But Voice of All is a really good starting point. March of Souls. 5 mana. It's Wrath of God. That's slightly easier to cost. 1 white plus 4 as opposed to 2 white plus 2. Because coming up with double white in some decks can be a chore. Blow up all creatures. And then anybody who had a creature die, for each one that got blowed up, they get a 1/1 token. Of course, the most fun way to have this is either A, have the most creatures, so you still end up with the most creatures. Or B, have creatures that have some kind of benefit when they die. Do they have Undying? Do they have Persist? Do they, when they die, do they have a triggered ability that says, hey, when I die or when I leave the battlefield, this, you get this. You get a 2/2 zombie token. You get a 1/1 flying spirit token. You get, you get a treasure token. You draw a card, this, that, whatever. Some kind of benefit when it dies. Also, you can build around it with Leyline of Singularity plus the Mirror Box or Mirror Gallery, which basically says the legend rule doesn't apply to you, but the Leyline says that all non-land permanents are legendary. Which basically the two of them combined means doesn't matter how many creatures y'all had die, you only get one each, or you only get one per player. I get one per creature that died, one per creature of mine that died. Then you've also got fun stuff like illness in the ranks and virulent plague and stuff like that, which anything that makes creatures basically that, any small creatures come into play dead. Or come into play and go pop with cards like Ether Flash. Or you can be nice and just play it fair, like a easier to cast, 5 mana Wrath of God. That doesn't hurt as bad as Wrath effects tend to. And there's no wrong answer to it. It's how do you want to build your deck? Aura Blast. Destroy target enchantment, draw a card. 2 mana. Much better now than it was when it was printed because there's a lot of enchantment creatures. This will blow up Urza's Saga because it's an enchantment, it's an enchantment land. There's enchantment artifacts. You've got the battles are not the battles sometimes flip into enchantments. Like this hits so many things that people enjoy, and you draw a card for it. Like this is a card I think people have to go. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah. Which is why it's the third most commonly played mono white card in the set. Number 2 is Sunscape Familiar. Reduce all your green and blue spells by 1 mana. What? If you are playing... Let's say I were to take my Azorius Mill deck. And I don't know, I cut a land and I put this guy in. Keep in mind, cutting a land to put a card in is generally fine. Don't do it too much or you're not going to be able to cast your spells. If you have 44 land in your deck and you want to cut a land for something inexpensive that ramps you, Sunscape Familiar being a good example here, that's probably fine. You could probably get away with 42, 41, depending on how mana hungry your deck is, etc., etc. But if you start with, say, 38, like I tend to, by the time I get to about 35, unless I've got a really strong reason for it, I'm be like, nah, I can't go any lower. 35, I'm like, I'm going to have trouble casting my crap now. My mono blue commons only deck runs 34 lands only because it draws so many cards. Once I hit my third land, I am good for the rest of the game. I have so much card draw, it's not even funny anymore. But Sunscape Familiar? Yeah, not surprised it sees as much play as it does. Orm's Chant. Part of the lock from back in its day and extended. Really, really strong. Because it went on Isochron Scepter. And Isochron Scepter, 2 mana artifact. When it comes into play, you can take any instant that's in your hand that costs 2 mana or less and exile it, imprinting it on the Isochron Scepter. So people normally just, the card is exiled, but they normally take the Isochron Scepter and they'll put it like, behind it or what, behind the scepter or whatever, so you can tell what card it is that was exiled. And then you can, at any time, you can pay 2 mana and tap the scepter to copy the spell and cast a copy. You cast the copy without paying its mana cost, which is the cost in the top right corner. You are free to pay additional costs, including things like kicker. So, Orm's Chant, when you cast it just normally, target player can't cast spells this turn. In a 1v1 format, That's deadly. You cast this on their upkeep, unless they're casting something in response on their upkeep, they're done for the rest of the turn. They can play land, they can attack, maybe, but that's it. They can't cast anything. If you did pay the kicker cost, the creatures also can't attack. So you can lock them out of the game by paying 1 white and 2 colorless on their turn for the rest of the game. Have a couple mana set aside for, for the occasional protection spell, and just lock them out of the game. I considered this for my mono white combos deck. I decided against it. I decided against it because I realized that this says target players can't cast spell this turn. And what I went for instead was this. Your opponents can't cast spells this turn. I want to be able to protect myself on my own turn. I want to be able to keep myself protected on my turn. So I have an Isochron Scepter and I put silence on it. That works well enough because I'm going to have to protect in that deck from 3 other players, not just 1. If I'm doing 1v1, sure. That's different. Urchai's Trickery. 1 blue, instant, counter target spell if it was kicked. The only problem with this card, there's a lot of mechanics that, well, it's basically just kicker. Now, realistically, you're going to be looking at kicker and multi-kicker. And anything else that's similar to kicker is not, it's similar to, but it's not kicker, so therefore it doesn't count. You don't get spree. You don't get, what's the new one from Final Fantasy? You don't get tiered from Final Fantasy. You don't get a lot of similar mechanics that have got a similar, similar feel, similar vibe to it. It has to be kicker. That being said, there are some cards that have got kicker. There are some spells that have kicker that do see play. I like playing Everflowing Chalice, which has got multi-kicker, which does qualify. There are, you know what? Nah. There are a few cards that have kicker that this will, but realistically, I mean, you might as well just pay an extra mana and play counterspell, or, or there's Swan Song, or an offer you can't refuse, or so many 1 and 2 mana, 1, 2, and 3 mana counter spells that you can actually reasonably, sensibly, logically play. Urchai's Trickery is just so far down the bottom. Seasoned. So what I was saying before about playing playing with multiple colors in a monocolor deck, cards like Seasoned let you suddenly get access to all 5 colors in the same deck in mono blue. Because at that point, blue actually had a plethora of change a basic land type. You know, this now gets this basic land type till end of turn. Or sometimes this gets this basic land type until the thing that grant the effect leaves play. Or just permanently. So yeah. Seasoned. If you want to muck around with stuff like that and get giant buffs for things like domain abilities, like I think I spelled that right. Yeah, Worldly Council from last week's set, except I don't think I covered this one. 2 mana instant. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is number of basic land types among lands you control. Put 1 in your hand, rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So, you're playing blue, so you're going to have islands. Again, you can end up with black and green by playing those 2 lands. So that's already going to be 3. Run a Seasoned. You can now add plains or mountain. Run a second copy of that effect. You get to look at 5 cards. But doesn't Index do something similar? Oh no, Index simply lets you... Index only lets you reorganize them. Okay. Worldly Council for an extra mana lets you actually put 1 in your hand. But yeah. Nothing I gotta worry about right now. Escape routes. Return a white or black card you control to its owner's hand. Generally wouldn't play this, although, I mean, it's flavor text. You know, shows the one time that you really want an effect like this. I'll get you to safety, or whatever passes for safety these days. Take a creature, send it back to your hand. You know, a creature controlled, send it back to hand. Good in response to somebody popping a removal spell, fizzling the removal, or something else that you don't want to have to deal with. But yeah. Oh! Yes, you're the card I'm thinking of. If the creature would leave the battlefield exiled instead of putting it anywhere else. Damn it. Escape routes does not bypass the drawback from Dreams of the Dead. So close. War Spell Elemental. So 5 mana to cast for a 3/4, which even back then was meh, because you're also looking at a rare. So you're probably paying an extra mana for a 3/4 flyer compared to Air Elemental. When this enters, if it was kicked, which is an extra blue, so you're basically playing blue +1, return all other creatures to their owner's hands, and you skip your next turn. If you copy a kick spell on the stack. Oh. Okay, that's how you do it. So if you can make an infinite... Okay. So, the TLDR of the mono white, the only way to win is not to play the game, was basically generate an infinite stack of mana and reanimate Chrono Savant with its own ability an infinite number of times with its own ability on the stack. I.e., activate, in response, activate, in response, activate for 16,776,216. The largest exact specific number I can remember. Water spell and elemental. If you can infinitely copy a spell, infinitely copy, in this case, a creature spell. If you can infinitely copy a spell, then you can skip an infinite number of turns and do the only way to win is not to play the game routine in blue. Had to leave a note about that in my chat so I didn't forget about it. Planar overlay. Each player chooses a land they control of each basic land type. Return those lands to their owner's hands. So, if you were playing I choose an island, a forest, a mountain, a plains, and a swamp. You choose an island and a forest, a mountain, a plains, and a swamp. You choose an island, a forest, a mountain, a plains, and a swamp. You choose an island, a forest, a mountain, a plains, and a swamp. That each of us control. I choose them. I choose out of the stuff I control. You choose out of the stuff you control, etc., etc. Those cards get bounced back to hand. The thing is, of each basic land type. So they don't have to be basic lands. So, I can choose a card that's an island, a forest, and a swamp at the same time. If you can choose, yeah. I could take a triome as my mountain, my plains, and my swamp. And then I just need an island, which I'm running because I'm running blue. Or I probably have. Oh, you know how you make this work. Run nothing in your deck that has a basic land type. Oh, you want to annoy people, run no lands that have basic land types. And nothing that gives them. Planar overlay is going to hit everybody for at least 1, probably 2, not unrealistically 3, and you just sit there and go, cool. Oh, you've given me a mountain, and you've given me a forest, and you've given me a swamp. Okay, I'll count this as my swamp and my forest. I return 1 land. Yeah, that's how you screw around with people with that one. Hunting Drake. 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer. Sounds pretty bad, especially for common. However, because you're paying 2 more mana than is the typical bare baseline at common, at least at that for the longest time, and especially at that point. You're paying 2 extra mana. But when it comes into play, put target red or green creature on top of its owner's library. See, red and green like saying I can't be countered. You know how you say screw you to it can't be countered? Cool, that's nice. Put it back on top of your deck now. This also does not care how big the creature is. I don't care how big you are. Come back next turn. You still have to deal with Ward Shroud, Hexproof, any of that kind of shenanigans. But boop. Yeah. Screw you. Whatever. Okay. Sleeping Potion. 2 mana ore. Comes into play. Tap enchant creature. Doesn't untap normally. If the creature becomes targeted, you sack the aura. Flavorfully, though, makes complete sense. Here, drink this. Doesn't wake up until you smack it away. Until you smack it and realize, huh? Oh, I guess I should get going now. Yeah. Great flavor fit for how Sleeping Potion would work. Love this card on a flip. Good card regardless. Yeah. You want a cheap removal spell? It's still fine. But look at cards like Weakstone Subjugation and similar modern effects first. If you still need more though, this is like I'm probably looking around your 10th or 12th effect. But if you're having to go down that deep, this is still perfectly fine. Planeswalker's Mischief. Similar to Planeswalker's Mirth. And you're going to be playing it in a similar way, but for a different effect. Rather than trying to gain life, you want to try and hit somebody's, an instant or sorcery that somebody has. And if you can, you get to cast it. Again, without paying its mana cost, which does allow you to pay additional alternate costs. Sorry, not alternate costs. Paying something without paying its mana cost is using an alternate cost. You cannot pay two alternate costs on the same card. But you can, as long as it remains removed from game. Okay, so ideally you want to do this on your turn. At some point on your turn. Takes a card out of their hand if it's an instant or sorcery. This is going to be hard to make work the way you want to do it. This is, now, to be fair, going back to the thing I was saying before about Spellweaver Helix. You know, if somebody is playing a deck that's got Dragon's Approach or Slime Against Humanity, it is not unrealistic to hit one of those copies with Planeswalker's Mischief and cast it and get what it's trying to do. Ideally, you want to hit the slime. But yeah. Incidentally, this little bit in the card that says if it has X and its mana cost X is 0, this is just reinforcing something that the rules already said back then. If you're casting a spell without paying its mana cost, X is 0. They're just reiterating what was already put up. It's still okay. I would probably play, honestly, I would play Sleeping Potion, Hunting Drake, possibly Seasoned before Planeswalker's Mischief. Planar Overlay, I could see building around it. Waterspout, Elemental, I might have a way to do that. Arctic Merfolk, you're playing it because it's a Merfolk. But not only, what? If you kick this, comes into play with a +1/+1 counter on. So you get 2 mana plus whatever the kicker is for a 2/2 Merfolk. What's the kicker cost? Return a creature you control to its owner's hand. What? This is the kind of card that you want to put in a deck that either has cards like Kobolds and Ornithopter and Memnite and Shield Sphere and other stuff that's like 0 to cast, or if you're lucky, you know, 1 to cast, but when it comes to play, it gives you a mana. There's a couple of those. There's not a lot, but there's a couple of those. Or something equivalent. Or something that's got a good come into play ability that you want to reuse. And you're playing Merfolk. So if you're playing a tribal deck and you're playing Merfolk, here you go. Enjoy. Yeah. This is incredibly easy to make into a 2/2 Merfolk for 2, which is really good for, you know, that's hard to pull off. Gainsay. Counter target blue spell. I would not be completely upset if at any given table, you know, somebody had Gainsay or guttural response. Both in the same deck? Probably not. But, you know, a specific, like a a counterspell oriented color hoser or color hosing counter. You know what I mean? Something that will counter a spell of a given color. I'm fine with that if it's like one person at a table that's got it. And especially if they've got a way to, you know, get rid of it if it's not useful. If you're playing black and nobody at the table is playing green, and you've got a zombie infestation in your 99 somewhere, cool. You pitch your death grip to zombie infestation, and you get half a zombie out of it. That and a land or a grave crawler or something, and you get a zombie out of it. You have one. Fine. If you've got more than one in your deck, I'm wondering what the heck is going on, because that's starting to feel like some, internal, um, like your play group is feeding in on itself. But one once in a while in the 99 somewhere at some point, sure. I will be right back. I have to go take care of something. I'll be back in a moment. Boop. Alright. Sisei's Ingenuity comes in a play draw card. I mean, here's the thing. It's a 1 mana spell. Comes in a play draw card. I mean, that is not the worst thing to see. You could simply put it in your deck. Not saying you should, but you could simply put it in your deck just to be. It's 1 blue. It comes in play, it draws a card. It's an aura, so that means it targets the creature, because it says enchant creature. It targets the creature when I cast it. And there are decks that are happy enough to do that just on that basis. One blue, 2 other. Target creature, not necessarily enchanted creature, becomes the color of your choice till end of turn. So you're giving the color changing ability the ability to change a creature's color. You're giving that ability to the creature you're enchanting. So this creature that's enchanted gets the ability to change that creature's color. Again, depends on what you want it for. Generally speaking, the fact that you're able to change a creature's color is not really a big deal. But it's a 1 mana spell that targets a creature, you know, when you cast it, and comes in, and draws a card. Sometimes that's enough. Or if you're building around heroic, let's say. Sometimes that's enough. It's a consideration. Rushing River. A slightly more expensive disperse. Disperse, at this point it would have been Hoodwink as the comparison. But disperse is the more accurate comparison. 1 blue, 2 other, instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you kicked it, the kicker cost being sacrificing land, you get to hit 2 things. This is sort of a 2-for-1. It's more accurately a 2-for-2. But it's kind of a 2-for-1. Now, this would be okay in Pauper. The problem is Pauper also has cards like Curfew. Each player returns a creature they control to owner's hand. 1 mana, instant. Doesn't target. This is a slightly more expensive disperse that you can actually pay a non-mana kicker, in this case sacking land, to hit 2 things instead of 1. Realistically, that tends to be as Wrath of God-esque as you get in Commander without doing one of 2 things. Either cards like Arms of Adar or infest or something like that, which give everything -2/-2, or an effect like Pyroclasm, or more realistically, Breath Weapon, or I forgot what the other one is. But Breath Weapon is like 1 red +2, 2 damage to each non-dragon creature. There's also one that does it for each non-pirate creature. It's basically what you expect to play more against, dragons or pirates. Whichever you expect more of, run the other one. uh, Rushing River is, I would no, without without effects like that, or going, going bonkers on. I mean, you can do the. Here's my Crypt Rats. Most realistic, if you actually want something like Wrath of God, you do Crypt Rats for one, and in response you have some kind of instant that gives it Death Touch till end of turn. Or maybe you equip it with, Gorgon's Head or something. But realistically speaking, the best you can generally get in Pauper, apart from something like that to Wrath of God effect, you're either looking at dealing with creatures that are 2 damage, 2 toughness or less, or you're getting rid of that, no more than 2 creatures at a time, and usually spending 2 cards to do it. And goodbye, Grillix. I'm not dealing with this. You want me to add you in Discord? You ask me first and don't advertise it. I'm not dealing with that stuff anymore. You've got 10 seconds to reply and tell me and show me you're not a bot. 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Allied Strategies. Again, one of these cards that makes you want to play cards like Seasoned. Target player draws a card for each basic land type among lands that he or she controls. You run those other 2 cards that I mentioned. This is easily a draw 3 for 5 mana, which sounds high compared to, say, Concentrate. But an effect like Seasoned, or just running like Bad Moon, playing white or red suddenly turns this into, drawing 4 for 5, which is sad opportunity. Yeah, target player, no, not opportunity. What do you call it? Mana value equal 4. No, mana value equal 5. Tidings. I can never remember the name of this card. Tidings. 5 mana. Draw 4 cards. I need to specifically remember that card because... But yeah. Uh, if you are playing with either, if you're playing red or white, it is incredibly easy to make this into tidings. And actually, better than that. And plus, it targets. You can choose somebody else. Sunken Hope. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player returns a creature they control to its owner's hand. Um, Sunken Hope looks kind of bad, but again, this allows people to return creatures that they have in play that have used up their come into play abilities. Gets to reuse them. You look at Sunken Hope. If you have Thragtusk, which again, another well that I like to keep going to, but that's also because it was so popular in Standard for quite a while in Modern. I don't remember if it went down beyond that. This is, I think, before Pioneer was a thing. When it was big in Modern. Um, but just think about it. I spend 5 mana every turn. I gain 5 life and I draw a card. Or, sorry, I gain 5 life and I make a 3/3 beast. Okay. Yeah, it's a thing that you can do. And it affects each player on their own turn. If you're playing a token strategy, okay, fine. I bounce a goblin token, a sapperling token, a caribou token, a whatever. Losing a token that you're generating like 10 of every turn. Okay, fine, whatever. Who cares? Not a big deal. Shifting Sky makes complete sense to see play uh, in Commander because for what most people want Painter Servant for, Shifting Sky does the same thing. Now, Painter Servant is, does do one specific thing. It affects stuff that's not in play. However, if you don't care about that, and a large number of people don't, like Painter's Servant, I name red, Chroma's Memorial. Come at me. My creatures have got protection from red. Okay, now you replace, Painter's Servant with Shifting Sky. The only difference is, oh no, I have to play blue. Okay, was I considering playing blue anyway already? I can pay 19 cents, or I can pay $64. The Shifting Sky already does a lot of what you're looking for. Confound. Counter target spell that targets a creature. Draw a card. 2 mana, cantrip. Counter target spell that targets a creature. It doesn't have to target your creature. The spell can be uncounterable. Chances are somebody's going to try and blow up your general, or again, auras target when when you cast them. So if somebody's trying to cast Lignify on your general, you can go no. there's always something that's going to be. Somebody is always going to abrupt decay, um, murderous and terminate, path to exile, you know, banishing knack. There's like in hell in my mono blue deck, my my one of my wraths of choice is Curse of the Swine, which targets as creatures and turns them into 2/2 pigs. I think they actually says 2/2 boars. I But yeah, like you can counter hex with it. Destroys 6 target creatures for 2 black and 4 other. It's a targeted it's a targeted removal spell. It's a targeted wrath basically. Does it target at least one creature? That actually specifies the spell must target a creature, not just be able to target creatures, or that the spell has a certain number of targets. But yeah, you're always going to have something. And then Stormscape Familiar, a 1/1 flyer for 2 mana, which back in the day was, to put it how a friend of mine would word it, because we had this disagreement with, well, I shouldn't say disagreement, more like difference in perspectives with Counterspell. 2 blue, instant, counter target spell. We both agreed that that seemed too strong for standard. And Wizards of the Coast is unwilling to print that effect. I'll start with my perspective because, like, we're both trying to say the same sort of thing from differing angles. I like mine as a starting point better. Based on the cards Wizards of the Coast has printed for a standard even over the last 10 years. There's a handful of cards that are really strong, have really strong effects, that I feel that Wizards of the Coast has decided this is balanced, but this is too strong for standard. Counterspell is one of them. They've tried giving us Cancel, which is 2 blue plus 1, counter target spell, but nobody plays it. To get it to the point where it's playable, you can have 2 blue plus 1, counter target spell, with something else attached to it. Scry 1 or Scry 2, I think it was Scry 1. If it's countered this way, exile it. The current one is, has Spree, and it's like, is it this town ain't big enough? Oh, there's also didn't say please, where you mill, I think it's controller mills 3 cards or something like that. Um, maybe counter target spell of a given mega category and draw a card. Like counter non-creature spell, draw a card. Um, you know, they keep trying to give us. So there's always just enough added on to make it worth paying that third mana for, to the point where it feels to me like they really want to say 2 blue, counter target spell, and end it there, but they can't because that would be too strong for standard. His opinion is that so they never give us counter target spell. They always give us counter target spell with something additional at 3 mana. His opinion, and I don't exactly disagree, but I don't exactly agree, but he's coming at it from a different perspective, is, well, then they must have decided that counter target spell is worth 2.5 mana because they're adding that little bit to make it into 3 mana. Okay, I can see that. I neither quite agree nor disagree with it, but I get it. I get where he's coming from. Other cards that have fit that over the years. Sinkhole, I commonly felt was in that position. Less true nowadays, but for a very long time was in that. Same with Stone Rain, for that matter. 1 red plus 2, destroy target land. We will occasionally end up with other cards that are similar. But they won't give us destroy target land flat out at, 1 red, 2 other sorcery. If it's, you know, they might give it to us at 4 mana, but then it has an extra something. It's an instant, or which has happened, or it can hit something else like demolish, destroy target artifact or land. Something else in addition to make it go. Stormscape Familiar. For a long time, after the first, say, 3 or 4 years of the game, they decided that 1 mana was too cheap for any color, at one point even blue, to get a 1/1 flyer. But 2 mana was too much. So, Stormscape Familiar, this is how they handled it. 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer. There is a reason. There is a point to this. 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer. That reduced your white and black spells. Ah. 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer is fine, but the reduction on white and black spells makes a big difference. Incidentally, if this was a bird advisor, it's just a bird, but if this was a bird advisor, do you know how quickly this would have been added to my Azorius Mill deck? Alright, black cards. Look better each day. Phyrexian Bloodstock. 5 mana for a 3/3 zombie. Feels about right. When it leaves the battlefield, destroy target white creature, can't be regenerated. What I was saying before about having stuff with leave play abilities? Oh my god. So, I mean, this, if you play, if you play this and March of Souls, where is it here? Yeah, if you play March of Souls and blow up a Phyrexian Bloodstock, March of Souls, these creatures all die and make a bunch of 1/1s. This left the battlefield because it died. Triggered ability goes on. It has to wait until March finishes resolving. Then it can go on the stack. Then you go. Oh, by the way, March of Souls. Hey, by the way, you made a one. You made a 1/1 white spirit token. Yeah, pop your token. Are you kidding me? Yeah. I mean, that's one way you can do it. That's a hilarious way to do it. But yeah, Phyrexian Bloodstock. White, I would say, is... I would presume that as a monocolored. So, black and green are the top two. White's probably number 4. I think red beats it on the strength of goblins. But I think white probably beats red in terms of multicolored. Because you start getting, you get things like your various spot removals that can blow up anything. You get your Swords of Plowshares, Path to Exile, Journey to Nowhere variants, etc. Lots of creature pop. Disenchant and its variants. There's enchantment and artifact removal. If you don't have, if you're looking for something along the lines of a card like Pithing Needle, if it exists as a card that has a color, it's probably a white enchantment. You can eat graveyards easily with cards like Rest in Peace. You can prevent yourself from being targeted with Leyline of Singularity, Ivory Mask, and similar effects. Giving yourself hexproof is actually, relatively easy if you want to. Then there's your mass removal. There's a reason why mass removal of creatures are generally referred to as wraths, because Wrath of God is the granddaddy of them all and probably ends up with more just out and out pop goes the world. Get rid of all creatures. I mean, nowadays, some of the cards that you worry about for Commander are cards like Farewell. You want your Swiss Army in a can, here you go. If you really want to go and blow up, about the only things that it can't blow up target very easily is lands. But then you get cards like Salt Blast. So, white is actually I think white is a lot stronger than most people give it credit for, just by sit down and think about what it actually like what answers are you trying to solve, And what commonly played cards does white have to deal with it? And white can deal with so many things. It even has a handful of counter spells. You know, a handful of actual, decent, good, playable counter spells. So yeah. Yeah. It doesn't combo shenanigans as easily as other colors. It probably can. It just rarely does. But if you want to set the pace of a game, play white. Anyway, mumble mumble mumble, J Speller and mumble mumble. Death Bomb. Honestly, I wouldn't play this card. I would actually play the Bloodstock before I play Death Bomb. 4 mana instant, additional cost, sack a creature, destroy target non-black creature, it can't be regenerated, its controller loses 2 life. What's wrong with this? Compare Bone Splinters. 1 black, sorcery, additional cost, sack a creature, destroy target creature. I'm not saying this is the best card. I'm saying there's a lot of cards where this is the basis. This is your starting point. 1 black, sorcery, additional cost, sack a creature, destroy target creature. Additional cost, sack a creature. 1 black plus 3, instant. Okay, so that can compensate for one of that. Because the difference between instant and sorcery is usually an extra mana. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Regeneration rarely relevant. Its controller loses 2 life. This will kill most things, as long as it's not at least part black. But you're paying 4 mana and losing a creature to hopefully blow up something, and maybe side benefit of of burning your opponent for 2. Or you can pay 3 less mana and blow up any creature regardless of... Because realistically, the non-black clause and the 2 life clause are basically going to counter each other out. So this is basically going to say destroy target creature can't be regenerated. You're paying too much mana for this. You're paying 2 mana too much, at least. And nowadays, there's more... like, I showed Bone Splinters for a reason. I think there's more efficient than this now. In fact, you can not only... I know you can not only blow up creatures, you can also blow up planeswalkers with the same card. Yeah, don't play Death Bomb. Even if you're looking for sack outlets, run Bone Splinters before you run Death Bomb. Even if you're looking for a burn spell. Dude, don't run Death Bomb and say you're using it as a burn spell. Come on. Run Drain Life before that. Run Corrupt before that. Yeah, just don't run Death Bomb. It's not worth it. Bog Down. Again, this is Mind Rot, which I think by that point they realized was just slightly on the weak side. slightly. And when I say slightly, I'm not being sarcastic here. I mean slightly, because they gave it an extra. Well, no pun intended. They gave it an extra kicker. Sack 2 lands to make them discard a third card instead. I really, really wanted to like this card. I thought it was going to be great. I thought it was going to be amazing. I thought Hymn to Torque was just so much better. One less mana. Sure, they both had to be black, but one less mana. And they discard 2 cards at random, and you have no idea how much a game can turn on a dime by making your opponent discard at random instead of giving them the ability to choose. Such a big deal. Yeah, I wanted this to be good. I don't even... unless you can make use of the 2 lands hitting the graveyard, I wouldn't play this in a commander deck. I'm assuming if you're looking at this card, you're looking for a discard outlet. If you can make use of the 2 lands hitting the graveyard somehow, then sure. Maybe, you know, you have a couple of lands that are creatures till end of turn, and you sacrifice them post-combat. And so then you get some kind of, hey, when a creature dies. Or they're artifact lands, and so you've got Disciple of the Vault synergies or something. But, yeah. Shriek of Dread. Target creature gains fear till end of turn. I think it's... oh. No, Cover of Darkness. I think that's the name of the card? Yes. 1 black, 1 other. Enchantment. When it enters, you name a creature type. Creatures of the chosen type have fear. Fear goes back to the card named Fear. An enchant creature has fear. The actual text on target creature can't be blocked by any creatures other than artifact creatures and black creatures. Mark Poole's got some crazy good art. Man, I love cards like that. This is what I miss about ancient. I mean, yeah, it might look a little campy to some, but come on. Like, you update the, you do some tweak with the art, and you could turn this into an album cover. You could turn that into a tattoo, whatever. Anyway, Cover of Darkness, same idea. Give it to all your creatures if you're playing a tribal deck. Shriek of Dread, the exact basically, this is an instant. Thing is, I would rather, as a general rule, I would rather pay the extra half mana. And this is part of the reason I had an issue with my friend saying about an extra half a mana. Is because when I think of half a mana, I think of things like the difference between Shriek of Dead and the ancient, creature enchantment called Fear, where it's difference of 1 black plus 1 other versus double black. The difference is a colorless mana versus a colored mana symbol. It's the same mana value. It's just colorless versus colored. The aura is slightly harder to cast, but it's the same mana value. So it's like an extra half a mana more. But that also assumes based on cards like, counterspell versus cancel, etc., that you assume that that little bit more that they're giving to the counterspell variants is only worth half a mana. And I don't think that's true. I think often it ends up being worth that full mana. And so I guess I disagree with him on that basis. Anyway, Shriek of Dread. Would you much rather play Fear? Most of the time. However, do notice, again, target creature, not target creature you control. You can use this during combat. You can use this. Well, you would want to use it during combat. You would want to use it politically. This is one of those instances where you go, "Hey, I can make it hard to block for you." Wait, what? So, would probably out of these four cards, I think Phyrexian Bloodstock should be the first one getting played. Shriek of Dread would be number 2. Probably Death Bomb and then Bog Down, but that's up for debate. Planeswalker Scorn. You have to, when you activate this, you have to choose an opponent and a creature at the same time. Then they reveal the random card, and the creature gets -X based on what was revealed. I would play this similarly to Planeswalker's Mirth, but I really want more information to go. Again, I want more information to go on, and then make a choice based on that. Exotic Disease. Drain a player for X. I think Essence Drain. 3 damage to any target and you gain 3 life. Target player loses X life and you gain X life. The assumption in general is when you're looking at cards with domain, assume 3. Okay. What I commonly find is that a card with a domain ability, i.e. something that cares about how many basic land types you have. 2 is, 1, it's not worth it. 2, you're usually fine with that. That's usually acceptable. 3 is where it starts getting good. So kind of like around 2.5 is like the break-even point. But 2, you're usually okay. 3 is right about midway, but 2 is usually fine. And then anything more than 3 is just gravy. The problem with Exotic Disease compared to Essence Drain, if we assume 3, is Essence Drain is 3 damage to any target and you gain 3 life. So for exotic disease to pull ahead, A, the fact that you're hitting an opponent instead of, because essence drain can be any target, which hilariously means you can do things like kill a battle with it, or I should say flip a battle with it. You can hit a planeswalker with it. You can use it as a burn spell, etc., etc. Exotic disease can only hit players, but because it's hitting a player and it's a black card, you can make them lose life instead of dealing damage, which are related, but they're not the same thing. Damage causes loss of life, but life loss is not damage. They're related, but they're not the same thing. Something that makes a player lose life, if it specifically says, it's kind of like the difference between dealing damage versus giving a creature -X, like -3. They're similar, but they're not the same thing. And they're affected, different things can affect them, or be unaffected by them. But for exotic disease to pull ahead, you really need to have at least 4 basic land types. And for that to be a thing, let's see here. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Covenant of Blood. 4 damage, target, and gain 4 life. 7 mana, but it has Convoke, which is worth about 2 mana usually. So this is 7 minus 2 is 5, which is basically the same cost. If this did not have Convoke, this would be a 5 mana spell. And 4 damage, target, and gain 4. So, yeah, it's... The problem here, though, is you are playing black, so running Urborg is not going to help you with that. You can get one additional type for free off of Yavimaya, so that's 2. After that, you need shenanigans. You need an effect like Unstable Frontier. Navigator's Compass, I think, works. You need to come up with something odd to help you pull ahead. And, or actually legitimately play at least 3 colors. If you were playing 3 colors and green is not one of them, and you slide in a Yavimaya, you can get away with doing this for 4, at which point it's okay, but I would still run Essence Drain before I ran this. And Essence Drain isn't even an amazing card. Incidentally, if you really want to make somebody lose a bunch of life, Tyrant's Choice. You don't gain any life for it. But for 2 mana, it's real easy to make everyone lose 4 life. You just need, out of a 4-player game, you just need one other person to agree with you. Or... what the hell? Or some kind of weird thing where it's like, hey, by the way, you know, hey, by the way, I get extra votes. Slay? Slay is good. 3 mana, instant, destroy target green creature, can't be regenerated, draw a card. Again, green is a commonly played color. Green is one of the top, green from what I've seen is one of the top 2 colors played mono. And one of the top, and really strong as well when you start going multicolored. I would not be surprised to find that, you know, somewhere between 60 and 75% of decks that people actually play run either black or green. And probably the most common color combinations. There we go. When you're actually looking at combinations, run both together. Yeah, this, I mean, it might only be a Saproling token that you hit, but you're still going to find a target. And you draw a card. Yeah, playable. Phyrexian Scuda. Back in the day, it was initially looked at as the second coming of Juzam Jin, which at that point was an expensive card. When I started playing Juzam Jin, which was like 2 black, 2 other for 5/5, that had an upkeep cost of dealing 1 to you. It's like, okay, that's fine. It's a 4-turn clock. I can kill you with a Juzam Jin in 4 turns. And I take 1. Okay, I'll take that trade every day. This was looked at as a 4-mana 5/5 that to get to be a 5/5, you had to pay 3 life when it came into play. Okay. That's like 3 upkeeps with Juzam Jin and then not have to worry about it ever again as a one-time payment. The problem that people eventually realized, because at that point, damn it. I apologize. I think I've got a hair in my nose that's going to be really annoying. So in case you're wondering what the hell I'm doing, that's what I'm trying to deal with. I'm going to have to grin and bear it and keep going and just deal with it. Anyway, spot removal was one thing. Okay, fine, you swords it, you path to exile it, you aftershock it, you goblin grenade it, whatever. Because at that point of 5/5, like even today, 5/5 is still, still a body to deal with. Like it's still big enough to require solutions. Blue took a look at backside adjustment. Oh, that's nice. To spend 4 mana and 3 life to get a 5/5. Unsummon. Put it back in your hand. Only for you to have to turn around and do it again the next turn. Oh, boomerang. give it a few years when the first trip to Kamigawa hits, and it's like, oh, by the way, I don't know where. You had hoodwink by this point, you know. Just the amount of ways that you could just send it back to your opponent's hand. Um, if you wanted to be really annoying, if you could. I can't say. There we go. If you could protect it. Sorry, sitting here trying to think of words I know, and I know them. It's like, ugh. Anyway, uh, yeah, like the phrase "protect the queen," which is, I want to say that comes out of chess, and it's a phrase you'll commonly hear for not just Magic, but other trading card games and other games in general where it's like you have damn it. You have one particular piece, one particular unit, one particular creature, one particular of that nature who you're willing to spend extra resources on making sure it stays alive because that is your key to winning. But by this point, you also had Temporal Adapt, and you had Time Elemental, and did you have Waterfront Bouncer? I think you did. In just so many ways to just keep saying it back that at some point your opponent's just gonna go, okay, fine, it's an overcost, it's a black hill giant. You sent it back twice. They've already lost, the tempo and got burned for 6. You're like, all right, screw it. You're playing that game. I'm just gonna make it into a 4-4, into a 3-3, which was pretty weak. And this is part of why you look at nowadays, and I mean, it had a lot of attention, but it was just, eh. Sinister Strength. Sinister Strength is hilarious. So 1 black, 1 other. It gives an extra point of power over Unholy Strength for an extra mana, but turns the creature black. Now there's 2 ways you can play this. I play this as a pump spell on my own creature, so I can get through for more damage. Or, again, I'm playing with a card like Akroma's Memorial. Cool. I throw it on your creature. Yeah, go attack over there. Why? Because I've got Akroma's Memorial out. I can, all my creatures also have flying. And I got protection from black. Go attack over there. Oh. Yeah. So, commonly going to be getting played as a pump spell. Scuta's going to get played more because it's a zombie and the extra 3 life. In a format like Commander, it's going to take probably 5 or 6 times before somebody just doesn't bother with the kicker cost anymore. But it's still fine. Sinister Strength. Lots of use for it. Noxious Vapors. Are you playing a discard deck? Play this. Each player reveals their hand, chooses 1 card of each color from it, then discards all other non-land cards. This is my white card. This is my blue card. This is my black card. This is my red card. This is my green card. Anything else that's not one of those, I discard. This affects everybody, including yourself. Are you playing a discard deck? Yes. You're going to generate a lot of advantage with this. Whenever an opponent discards a creature card, you get a zombie. They discard a land. You're not going to get any lands discard because it specifically says non-land, I believe. Yeah. But whenever they discard a non-creature, non-land card, you draw a card. Cool. So chances are you're going to get, I would say, at least 2 cards from each person. Which is not unreasonable. So 6 cards around the table being discarded. They're not discarding lands. So you're probably getting like 3 zombies and drawing 3 cards. Which, you know, you have to discard yourself as well. But you're playing black. You're probably, if you're playing discard, I would not be surprised to find out somebody playing a dedicated discard deck was in Grixis. I.e. black, red, and blue. So black, red, blue, probably 3 lands, and a 7-card hand. Oh, and this would be your 7th card. You might be able to get away with keeping your entire hand. And have like 3 and make 3 zombies and draw 3 more cards in the process. Yeah. Warp Devotion. Whenever a permanent is returned to a player's hand, that player discards a card. Yeah. Yeah. This is why discard decks commonly ended up being blue. Because you can, like, back in the day, you would combine Warp Devotion with a card like Recoil. You know, 1 blue, 1 black, 1 other. Instant. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Then they discard a card. With Warp Devotion out, you return a permanent to owner's hand, and they have to discard 2 cards. And if you had 2 copies of Warp Devotion out, return 1 permanent, and now they gotta discard 3. This was a way to get rid of permanents that you couldn't deal with other ways. You know, enchantments. Black and blue back then had a really rough time with enchantments. Black is a lot better than it used to be for dealing with enchantments. It's still no cakewalk, but it's better than it used to be. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, there's been a lot of complaints over the last few years about I think I can turn that off for now. About black having enchantment removal. And I disagree with that. I think black is probably very... green and white and black and red, those two color pairs specifically, I found had too much in common with each other. When you played a deck that was Rakdos, it often felt like you were playing a deck that was monocolored. It didn't feel like you're playing a two-color deck because both colors largely did the same thing. Green and white, same thing. There was some flavor difference between the two of them, but there was so much overlap in what they actually did that it kind of didn't feel like, why bother? So they decided to give a third color a way to blow up enchantments. And black being the color of decay, to me, made sense. You know, if you... Because enchantments are... Enchantments are great when somebody can keep the enchantment fed. But if you can't, not all enchantments are going to last forever. Some of them are going to slowly decay away. Some of them need some kind of consistent power source, for lack of better wording. Black makes sense. Red... Red never made sense to me as the sort of thing that could deal with enchantments. Red also had... The thing is, Red also had enough ability... Like, here's the thing. Red could deal with lands, creatures, usually, but not always by burning them, artifacts, and to some extent, spells on the stack. Black was basically landing creatures, eventually planeswalkers, but red also got that by being able to burninate them as well. But that's it. Artifacts, very rarely. And that's basically it. White could hit anything, with the exception of lands, you know, without very specific certain, you know, cards, playstyles, etc. Blue had trouble. Blue will just leave blue. Blue's job was to deal with stuff on a temporary basis unless it was a counterspell. And green could deal with... Green dealt with creatures by being the biggest. And green could deal with artifacts, enchantments, lands. Didn't care. So black dealing with enchantments? Yeah. I'm actually fine with that. I think flavor-wise it makes sense. I think balance-wise it makes sense. I think thematically it makes sense. And And this is coming from somebody who's been playing since before Legends came out. And I'm like, yeah, okay, and? Maggot Carrier. 1 black. When it comes into play, each player loses 1 life. If you want to do some kind of burn deck, like normally I would run a card like Banehound instead. But Banehound is less for burn and more for gaining life. But it's still really good. Like, don't kid yourself. 1 black, 1/1, lifelink, haste. This thing is so good. I think in general I would rather play that over Maggot Carrier. But if I'm just looking to burn out the table, Maggot Carrier, you could do worse than Maggot Carrier. And it is a zombie, so it's got the zombie synergies going on with it. Dark Suspicions. Oh dear. Dark Suspicions. 2 black, 2 other. Keep your hand count low. And at the beginning of, like, you don't want to keep it too low, but keep it low. I'd say under 4 if you can get away with it. 2 black, 2 other enchant. And on each player's turn, they take damage for, they get burninated for having more cards than you do. Now, here's the silly part. If you're at the table with, I don't know, any of the people from MTG Goldfish, and you are already playing a deck that doesn't tend to have a lot of cards in hand, run this. I know Seth, probably better known as Saffron Olive, is pretty much addicted to drawing cards. I know Phil, from Brewer's Kitchen, loves drawing cards, sometimes to his detriment. I think Richard has trouble saying no to drawing more cards, to his detriment. Krim loves drawing cards, even when it's to, the Asian Avenger, even when it's to his detriment. I think all of them, including Tomer, has got the same problem. So if you're ever playing at a table with any of the guys from MTG Goldfish, are you playing black? Are you playing a deck that tends to not have a lot of cards in hand? Throw this in your deck. Again, this is time for metagame call. That being said, if it's relatively easy for you to find ways to refill everyone's hand, you just empty yours out faster because, maybe your stuff costs less to cast or whatever. Yeah. Dark Suspicions. Lord of the Undead. Are you playing zombies? You should be playing Lord of the Undead. Bringing zombies back to your hand from your graveyard? Yeah. And this is one of these reasons why they are referred why creatures that pump up an entire tribe get referred to as lords, because even during an invasion block, creature type lord Lord was a legitimate creature type. And creatures with that type gave everything else that was the relevant type a bonus. You're playing zombies, you play Lure of the Undead. Nightscape Familiar. Again, 1-1. This is slightly worse than Drudge Skeletons, which, I'll pull that back up. One black, one other for a 1-1. Black to regenerate. An extra mana on the regeneration cost reduces your blue and black spells by 1. Such a good solid card. Wow. And they never changed the art for it. Even when they got to Dominaria Remastered, they never changed the art for it. Wow. The only art change was a secret lair. Nightscape Masters don't stop erasing the spirit of a fallen battle mage. They raise the flesh along with it. And Diabolical Intent. Yes, Demonic Tutor with the additional cost of sacrificing a creature, which for a long time was considered a drawback. And then people realized that decks like the Aristocrats were really good. And I said, okay. And that sacking a creature wasn't necessarily the drawback it was meant to be. Red cards. Mog Jailer. Doo. Alright, time to turn you back on. 2 mana for a 2/2 goblin. Can't attack if defending creature controls an untapped creature power 2 or less. The problem is nowadays you can not only get like a 2/2 goblin with no abilities is like, maybe a rare 1-drop. Maybe an uncommon 1-drop. Or for 2 mana, you're getting it at common with abilities. Plural. And probably with another relevant creature type like Goblin Warrior or something. In fact, it is not impossible at common to have a situationally but easy situation 2/2 for 1. So, no. Damn it. There. 1 red for 1/2 Goblin Pirate. As long as you control an artifact, gets +1/+0, has haste. What happens if the land that you're casting it off of is Great Furnace? You have a turn 1 2/2 with haste. Welcome to a common play in certain decks in Pauper. Commons are usually a couple of pennies, according to Scryfall. There's a reason why this is a 10-cent common, which for a common is actually a statement. It took a long time for something of that power level to be considered legit at common. This was more typical. It took a very long time. I'd say at least 20 years for us to get the first vanilla 2/2 for 2 in black and 2/2 for 2 in red. Vanilla. No abilities. The only abilities would be maybe creature type. What were you called? There was a zombie during, I can't remember if it was the first or second trip to Innistrad. So not during Midnight Hunt, before that. We got one black, one other, I think was the 2/2 zombie. And that was it. Was that either a zombie or a vampire? I think it was a zombie. And I don't remember when we got our first red one. But I'm pretty sure it was after that. Because at that point, it was still not unreasonable to get, like, you get a 2/1 with some abilities. But you wouldn't get a 2/2 without some kind of drawback, unless you were looking at it rare. And even then, you're probably looking at 3 mana for a 2/2 with some abilities. Nowadays, Mog Jailer, not worth it. Don't bother. Magma Burst. 4 mana, 3 damage to any target, which is a lot because you're paying 4 mana for what was, at that point, maybe 3. Like, at that point, they really wanted people to play Volcanic Hammer, which was 1 red, 1 other sorcery for 3 damage. Or Shock, 1 red instant for 2. And, so this is already maybe 2 mana too expensive at that point. But again, 3 damage to any target, kicker cost, sack 2 lands, 3 damage to another target. So 3 to this and 3 to that. Because it says another target. So you have to hit 2 separate things, and they each get hit for 3. But 4 mana and 2 lands can kill a lot of things. Again, would still rather play Aftershock or something similar. Because you can't take the 6 damage and go send it all to that. But you can hit your Brash Taunter with 1 and your Stuffy Doll with the other. You know, it's fine. But I mean, this is only if you care about. Nah, I would play Lightning Bolt and Fire Blast and a bunch of cards before I played Magma Burst. I'd probably play about at least a dozen burn cards before I did that. Marikavu, 4 mana for a 3/2 that if you control a swamp, which isn't hard. Somebody's playing black. The chance of somebody not having a Urborg is kind of low. Gets +1/+1 as long as you control a swamp. So, in optimal circumstances, it's a 4/3. You can get a 4/3 vanilla for 4 these days. Pretty easily. Really easily. In fact, you might be able to do better than that. Alright. Format. Color equal red. Power greater than 3. Toughness greater than 2. Oh. Now the value equal 4. Sort by power. Alright, so 2/5 that can become a 6/5. So on average we'll call that a 4/5. A 2/6 defender that can become a 6/6 that has to attack. So on average we'll call that a 4/6. A 3/2 that can become a 6/4. So about 9/6. 6 becomes 3. 5/3-ish. Four three vanilla, 4/3 that with an attack trigger, a 4/4 that can't block alone, which is not hard. Dynamaton, 4/3 with menace, 4/3 that with an exert ability, 4/3 that comes into play, and you can, get red and you can rummage with it. 4/3 trample or menace. 4/3 flummox cyclops. 4/4 reach. And if your opponent attacks with multiple creatures, you can't block. Fuming Effigy. 4/4 that burns people for cards leaving your graveyard. Like a 4/3 straight up is easy. A 4/4 requires some effort. Bigger is occasionally doable. Oh, wow. Ripchain Razorkin? That thing is dumb. 5/3 reach. Pay 3 mana and sack a land to draw a card? That's strong. That is silly. So yeah, getting a 4/3 nowadays is easy. And you can occasionally do better. Are you playing Kavu Tribal? You might have to run Marikavu. But you should be able to do better. Singe. 1 red, instant, 1 damage to target creature, and turn it black until end of turn. The real reason to play it is to turn something black. Again, that's for shenanigans like a Chronos Memorial. But you've been just as good off turning it red. Slingshot Goblin. If you're playing a Goblin deck, play this. It's most effective when it doesn't need the ammunition. 3 mana for a 2/2 Goblin, which is a decent size considering Goblins are commonly 1/1s. So 3 mana for a 2/2, okay. Red tap, 2 damage to target blue creature. Somebody is going to be playing with blue creatures. It's a number of things that you can keep at bay with something like this. The funny thing is, if you're playing oh my dog, I'm pretty sure when oh well, maybe not. Murmuring Mystic. It took Commander Masters for it to get to be common, which was basically 2 years ago. Nobody was playing Slingshot Goblin by then. Notepad. Boop. You're playing goblins, play it. There's a good chance you'll just be able to randomly hit a thing that people weren't expecting. And it's still a 2/2 goblin, which is a decent starting point anyway. Kev Recluse. Three mana for a 2/2 Kavu. Which again, if you're playing Kavu Tribal, you might be running this anyway. Tap. Target land becomes a forest till end of turn. Do you realize how hard it is for a red deck? First of all, to turn land into anything that's, into anything else. Second of all, for it to turn a land into something that's not a mountain, like, it's already hard. It's not impossible, but it's hard for it to turn lands into mountains. It can do it, but you're looking at, Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, and like a couple other cards, and that's it. Try using a red card to turn a land into something that's not a mountain. Turning a red land into a plains, or a swamp, or a forest, or an island. It's like, good luck with that. Cavalry Recluse, turn a land into a forest. Wait, what? If you want a red card to do color change, land type shenanigans, you might want to be looking at Cavu Recluse. Common? No. But something to consider. Insolence. 3 mana enchant creature. Whenever enchanted creature becomes tapped, this aura deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. One card I really enjoy playing is Scared Tiller. Because Scared Tiller, I said it before and I'll say it again. I'm going to keep going on about some of this. I'm going to keep going on about certain things a fair bit. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Be warned, there are certain things I go on about. I like building decks out of nothing but commons, even for Commander. I've got about half a dozen that are built of nothing but commons. Damn it. I couldn't get to the button in time. I apologize for anybody who suddenly went deaf from my sneeze. Oh my god, I feel better. It is really hard to get ahead when you're building decks out, like, because I'm building out of nothing but commons. Sol Ring, one of the most commonly, probably the most commonly played card in Commander, period. And according to a video that I was watching from Card Market that was done last year, the most commonly sold card on Card Market was Sol Ring. Not ever been printed at common. Okay. So if I want to get ahead in mana, how do I get ahead in mana? Well, at 1 mana, you don't really have anything. At 0 mana, you get Lotus Petal, but that's starting to get a little silly in terms of pricing now. Its original printing is over 20 bucks. Mystery Booster 2, 30th anniversary, we're not going to talk about that one. The list is 27. From the Vault Exile, it is 65. And the Kaladesh Invention is pushing 500. But realistically, you're looking between $20 to $25 for a typical printing of Lotus Petal. US. I'm in Canada, so that $25 is more like $35. Actually, let's see if this still works. 25. Yep. Oh. Yeah. I said about $35. $34.31. That's pretty close. Okay. One mana, you don't really get anything for artifacts. You do get Llanowar Rells and Elvish Mystic and other similar cards. But if you're playing something that's not green, you don't really... You also get Wild Growth and its variants, but you don't really get anything else. If you're playing... Sorry, if you go to 2, you get... you get Mind Stone and Thought Vessel, and basically a lot of artifacts are like pay 2, tap, get out of colorless, or, you know, and some other ability added on. Or you get the signets, or you get the talismans, which are kind of like saying the, the first batch, i.e., tap for colorless, or some other ability add on. In this case, tap. So basically, here's the thing: anything that you've seen as a land, probably has a comparison as a 2-mana artifact. At least if it's been printed at common. At 3, you start looking at Manalith. 3-mana artifact, tap, add 1 mana of a color. Usually with something else built into it. My favorite is probably Honored Heirloom, which has the additional ability of pay 2 and tap it, exile a card from a graveyard. At 4, you get Urgolem's Eye and Sisay's Ring, i.e. artifacts that let you tap for 2 mana, 2 colorless mana. But those are really the only ones you actually get most of the time. And then stuff bigger than that really isn't a thing. Like, there are some cards that exist, but not really. It's... So the thing about Scare Tiller is it lets you get lands back out of your graveyard. Also lets you get a land into play. But it lets you get lands out of your graveyard. Well, there's 2 kinds of lands that I want. One is something like, is the Capenna auto sack lands. When it enters, you sack it. Doesn't care if it enters tapped or not, it's just when it enters. Sack it. Search for a basic land of 1 of 3 relevant types. Put it in play tapped, then shuffle and gain a life. Return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Well, it comes into play. Sacrifices it, so it's already back in the graveyard. Fetch a basic out of my deck. Gain a life in the process. Cool. Do that every turn. Eventually get all the basics out of my deck. Okay. Also lets me, any lands that I've, any excess lands that I've drawn, I can grab it. This allows you to get, like, my favorite route, though, is the ability to get extra lands out of my deck via Obscure Storefront or, whatever the other Capenna auto sack lands are. That entire cycle. There's one for the Maestros, there's one for the Riveteers. Trying to remember what the other 2 families are. But each of the 5 families has one. But I like playing Scare Tiller. I keep talking about it when when I'm in the propaganda chat, because when I'm doing my commons only decks, this is a way to get extra mana every turn. And not just get extra mana, but actually pull extra lands out of your deck every turn. The other type of lands I like to pull out are cards like Quicksand, or not Buried Ruins, the other one, Haunted Fengraf. I.e. utility lands that you have to sack to get their effect. And so doing that, I get to reuse them. Haunted Fengraf lets me get a creature card from my graveyard back to my hand. You do this enough, and suddenly it's like, well, there's only a couple creatures left in your graveyard. They're either already back in play or in your hand or whatever. And you just do this turn after turn after turn. The Fengraf comes into play tapped this turn. The next turn, you untap it, sack it to get a creature card back, use the Scare Tiller to bring it back into play tapped, and basically you can do it every turn. Insolence turns around, looks at the Scare Tiller, and goes, okay, every time you want to do that, you're taking 2. There is a point to all this. Every time you want to tap a given creature, you're taking 2 damage for it. What? There's certain creatures that people want to consistently tap. For me, for certain decks, it's Scare Tiller. Arcanus the Omnipotent, I think, had an activate ability that was like tap, draw 3 cards. There's all sorts of creatures that have got interesting tap abilities, and it's like suddenly you turn around and go, oh yeah, every time you want to do that, you're taking 2, but I'm doing this every turn. Cool, then you'll take 2 every turn. It's kind of like, this is kind of like the penalty that, like, imagine having the One Ring sitting in play. And somebody goes, animate artifact, or some other effect that permanently turns it into an artifact creature. Some other effect that turns it into a creature somehow. You could go March of the Machines. Be nice and don't play Mike Synthos with that. Just be nice. Run one or the other. Don't run both. Unless you're really trying to piss people off, or, just go, cool, game's mine now. Just don't do it. But yeah, you get something like that going on, then you go, hey, by the way, Insolence. And then every time they tap the ring to draw cards, they're taking damage. And then their upkeep, they're also getting pinged. And it's just a bad time all around. But yeah, I would say there's enough creatures with tap abilities. Somebody is going to have one that you're going to want to. It could be something as simple as Llanowar Elves. Okay, cool. Insolence your Llanowar Elves. Heaven forbid it's something like Priest of Titania or something like that instead that generates a lot of mana. Priest of Titania, Overgrown Battlement in the right kind of decks. The hell are you coming from? Strafe. The only reason to play Strafe over a card like Lightning Bolt is if you're concerned about somebody redirecting the burn to one of your creatures. Otherwise, just play Lightning Bolt or one of its variants, Volcanic Hammer, um, you know, even the bad ones like what's it called, Sonic Seizure or something like that. Just just play the bad bolts. Holly, 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 get your adverbs here. I never actually did send you that, did I? Uh, Dedapult, are you playing zombies? Are you playing red in your zombie deck? Run Dedapult. There's nothing more that needs to be said. You can pay 0 and do 1 damage with Goblin Bombardment. Thank you. I was trying to remember the name of the card. I think I got there just before your line came out. Or you can pay an additional red and make it 2 damage. Which, honestly, if it wasn't Goblin Bombardment coming to my brain, I would have been thinking of Grim Lavamancer instead. It's just you sack a zombie instead of tapping. No. Grim Lavamancer, you've got to eat your graveyard for that. Although, hilariously, this could also feed it if you're sacrificing zombie creatures and not zombie creature tokens. You can keep it fed. And you can do both. But yeah. Also, again, you can always play with cards like Masquerade Nexus or Birthing Bows would do the same sort of thing in this context. Make all your creatures into zombies and then go, hey, cool. By the way, I'm gonna sack all my, sack all my goblins and sack all my, Minotaur warriors and sack all my, you know, cool. Spark Memento. Hey, cool. You got 3 for damage. Fling. What do the rules say for cards with Changeling? In what context? No. They separated the rules for walls during Kamigawa block, I think it was. Changeling came out in Lorwyn, by which point the two had already been separated long enough that walls no longer had the inherent ability they can't attack due to saying so in the rules. Walls got errated to say they had Defender. Defender was written in the rules to say they couldn't attack. But being a wall in and of itself does not say you can't attack. you have to have defender. Yeah, that has not been true at least since Lorwyn came out. And I think before that. You know, at least since we got evangelized. No, that was true up until around Kamigawa block, which was when they finally separated. So, that was when they separated wall because there were only two card types. Sorry, there were only two creature types that had any inherent rules baggage, for lack of a better word, associated with them. One was Legend, which they eventually turned into the super type Legendary, which already existed even back in Legends. They just decided to go, okay, we'll make them legendary creatures instead of summon legend. Or creature type legend. And then give them actual types. You know, so you could have a legendary human warrior or whatever. And wall. And by... Because around I think it was Kamigawa block was when they introduced defender as a keyword, so they could print cards that had defender that were not walls. Because prior to that, if they wanted something that could block but not attack, they felt like they had to make them into walls. So making the defender keyword suddenly gave them the ability to print I can't remember what was it. There was a blue creature in Kamigawa. I think it was Champions. Set CHK. Color equal blue. O defender. No? Alright. Block. Minimos Goalkeeper is the one I was thinking of. 2 mana. Yeah. Let's see here. mtg.wiki/wiki. As a replacement for the Champions of Kamigawa was retroactively added to all walls. Yes. This also prevents issues with the changeling mechanic. Which is, yeah, and that's the reason why the Mistform creatures during Onslaught had the wordings they did. The legend rule changed, and you know, and certain cards basically turned around and said, name any creature type except for legend. Oh, because if we name legend, that causes a problem in the universe. Okay. The universe folds in on itself and whatever. And if we, you know, and then some cards said every creature type except for legend and wall. Because what happens if you have a creature that's attacking and then suddenly it becomes a wall? It can't. It's already attacking, and yeah, the game tries to divide by 0 and fails.
So the judges have to come and go, okay, well, this is what happens. Once they got rid of those kind of, once they got rid of the rules baggage, then it was just a creature type just like any other. But yeah, like I said, that has not been true for a very, very long time now. By the way, FYI, exact same. Yes, you can. Uh, that link that I just posted is basically the same information, but this is the generally more acceptable link to use. So anywhere you see mtg.fandom.com, just replace with mtg.wiki. Uh, because MTG Wiki is owned by Scryfall. And there's been some concerns about how fandom pages have been handled by the organization that's been doing it. And so if you actually go to Scryfall and you go to their main page here, MTG Wiki has moved to, you know, here's the reason for it, etc., etc., etc. But yeah, it is generally considered preferable. They because Scryfall manages to keep their site as used as it is and everything else. The only thing that's ever on it in terms of any sort of ads at all is this stuff here for, hey, I want to buy this card on X website. Okay, here you go. Here's a quick and easy link to do it. And that's it. Yeah. Um it could also be that nothing relevant has actually happened since then. Don't know. Shrug. Anyway, but yeah, Dedapult. Are you playing zombies? Are you playing red in your zombie deck? Run Dedapult. If you're not, but you're playing red, and you want a sack outlet, run a couple of cards like Maskwood Nexus, and then you can sack anything to Dedapult and go fling, fling, fling. Planeswalker's Fury. Similar to what I was saying about Planeswalker's Mirth, except this time you want to burninate your opponent for this much. This is the most likely one to generally see play. Because, red is a burn color. I want to burn your face off every turn. Yeah, you can. Now, can you roll infinity and hit land like a trillion, a dozen times in a row? Even though they've got like 7 and 8 drops? Sure, it's possible. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible. At which point you just turn around, shrug, and start pointing at another player instead. Implode. You generally don't want to spend 5 mana on blowing up a land. In a pinch, you can. you know. But I mean, I there's a lot of cards for targeted land destruction. Yeah, but I've constantly felt that even though Stone Rain was probably considered properly balanced, I've always felt, well, I shouldn't say I've always, but I've often felt over the years that it was just slightly a bit too expensive. Like, it should be like 2.5 mana, not 3, or maybe 2 3/4 mana. Like, because like compare Stone Rain and Pillage. Usually for that additional flexibility, you're paying an extra mana, but you're only paying half a mana. So it kind of felt wrong to me. You know, after it took quite a while for me to get to this point, but it kind of felt wrong to me that, like, again, Stone Rain felt properly balanced, but it still felt a bit much. And so then you're paying an additional two in theory, probably more like 2.5 to 3 mana to draw an extra card, and it's like that's too much. You're paying 5 mana to blow up. Because here's the thing: nowadays, depending on what you're looking for, you've got oh, what do you guys called? You know what? Let's see if I can pull up my spreadsheet real quick. You guys. No, go away. Why do you keep doing this? Geomancer's Gambit, Cleansing Wildfire, stuff like that. No, no bunions. Um, which can blow up a land. Sure, the person whose land you target, they get a basic back, but you draw a card for it for like 2 or 3 mana. And if you target one of your own lands and your land's indestructible, you ramp yourself. No big deal. Do that, target your own, Darksteel Citadel. Darksteel Citadel tries to get blowed up, but because it's indestructible, that part fails. But it's still a legal target. So you search for, I don't know, a mountain, put it in play, then shuffle, and draw a card. No big deal. It's fine. Yeah, implode just. If you're just doing it just to blow up a land, it's not good enough. Mog Sentry. Mog Sentry tries. Mog Sentry is like giving your opponent's creatures, you know, your opponent's creature having Storm. Like, your opponent's storming off, and the sentry's going, cool, I get bigger, I get bigger, I get bigger, I get bigger. Hold up a couple of cards in your hand. You want one card that's a fling effect. And say 2 or 3 cards to make sure he keeps alive. Your opponent's going, okay, casting this, and casting this, and casting this, and casting this. You go, okay. How is your sentry now? Oh, he's a 13/13. Swords of Plowshares. Okay, he's a 15/15 now. Counterspell. Something that, you know, something to counter that. Okay, I'll counter that too. Okay. Cast a couple more spells. Cool. Fling. What? Fling it at your face? You're dead before your stuff finishes? Oh, crap. Yeah. If you're playing a goblin deck and you're running this, have some kind of fling available. You know, that works at instant speed. And ideally a couple ways to protect, you know, to keep it alive once people realize what you're up to. And then just have fun. It's even more fun when, you know, you have a goblin sitting here. It's this person's turn. They start casting a couple of things. This one tries to counter. This one counters back. This one counters back. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's like an 11/11. Fling. Oh, yeah. Dude, Holly, keep in mind, these chats are about Commander. Oh, yeah. Tongarth, Taurum Hero. 5 mana for 4/4 Vigilance with an ability that is almost fight. I mean, red gets some. Whoops. ID equal red. Oh, wow. It only has 2? Really? Vigilance feels right up their alley. How? Oh, no. No, I get it. Red's supposed to be like really impulsive, not... No, I get it. Red's supposed to be really impulsive and not really into... Because Vigilance is more like the thinking man's game. And red doesn't really play that way. It can, it just rarely does. But yeah, yeah, this is basically fight, but it's not fight. Because the difference between this and fight is fight, the two creatures do it at the same time. Whereas this is consecutive. Tongarth deals its damage, and then the other creature deals damage back. Where if there's any sort of replacement effect, no, there's not. This is all during the same resolution of the same ability. The reason that's there is so that there's some sort of replacement effect. Tongarth hitting first, the creature that's getting hit might have some kind of replacement effect that might modify its power based on Tongarth hitting in the first place. Like, let's say you gave Tongarth Infect. It's gonna deal its damage as -1/-1 counters. So suddenly, the damage that the other creature, let's say Shivan Dragon, which was a 5/5, and is going to be dealing 1 damage back to Tongarth because now it's taken 5 or sorry, 4 infect damage, so it's only going to be a 1/1. Sending damage back, and it's like, yeah. Whereas if it was actually fight, they would both deal damage at the same time. Tongarth would take 5, the Shivan would take 4. That's the reason why it's not fight. It's similar. They're related. Yeah, that's the exact reason why when it's worded separately and consecutively like that, it's because some other effect might run, might pull up and go, hey, by the way, I'm affecting, because it's because one happens and then the other. I believe so. Yes, arena is fight because your creature does its power and damage to your opponent's creature, and your opponent's creature deals its power and damage to yours. They are basically trying to say it both happens at the same time. If you look at the time shifted version, each of those creatures deals damage equal to its power to the other. The time shifted version makes it obvious that it is happening at the same time, so therefore the time shifted version is fight. No, you can't. But yeah. So yeah, Tongarth, it's not fight, it's consecutive, it's similar, but there's reasons for it to not work that way. And yeah. But yeah, if you want to build a red deck around stuff that red doesn't normally get, Tongarth can be your general because red apparently rarely gets vigilance. Have fun with that. Actually, I wonder. Let's go. ID equal red. Yes. Oh my dog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah. Red actually's got. Okay, bye! Yeah, so there's. Where did I. Oh, yeah, I didn't count. I don't think I counted Aki Lava Runner. Although I would probably go with a Chroma first. How much is she? Oh my god, she's. Why is she so cheap? That's a cool ass version of a Chroma. That's like a Kaldheim, a Chroma. Hey, wow. Anyway, Thunderscape familiar. Again, your typical familiar ability, black and green, reducing your black and green spells. Getting first strike is not, is not terrible bad. 2 mana, 1/1 first strike is okay, and the cost cost reduction. That makes sense. Got one game. This is the second most commonly played, or this is the second most powerful red. Powerful is even the wrong word. The second most popular red card from Planeshift. There we go. And this makes sense because people like doing like this random let's be silly thing. The problem with this is it's hard to hide. It's hard to actually hide items. So the way they generally do it is rather than hiding items, what you do is you take a piece of paper, you write down the number. Because you could go, well, I'm hiding the atoms that are in my hand. Or I'm hiding the atoms that are behind my hand. Or I'm hiding the quarks that make up the atoms that are between my hand and, my body. Or, yeah, you could really go down the rabbit hole if you wanted to. So they just turn around and say, fine, take, whatever number you're going to choose, write it down on a piece of paper and go from there. Whoever reveals the smallest number loses half their life. The thing is, depending on the kind of people that you deal with, like, you could Wolfram Alpha something like, was it? That. How big is tree 3? No. Let's try this instead. What is the value of tree 3? Or referring to a mathematical definition instead. Wow. Alright. The smallest possible volume in our universe is 4.22 times 10 to the component 105 cubic meters. If we want to fit, theoretically, if we want to fit every digit of tree 3 in such an infinitesimally volume, we'd run out of space in the universe. In other words, if one digit took up, 10 to the negative 105 cubic meters. So, yeah, basically smaller than atoms, smaller than, you know, electrons, smaller than quarks, etc. If you wrote every single digit on something that was smaller than a quark, which you need a bunch of quarks to make up even like a hydrogen atom. It would still take more quarks than exist in the universe to write out how big tree 3 is. Yeah. So that's not going to get you a big enough answer. So if you really want to blow people's minds and pretty much be guaranteed to win Goblin game every time, because the person with the smallest number loses. So if you want to beat everyone, write tree 3. Like the way I had it written on here before I jumped to Wolfram Alpha and tried getting it to pull up, and it didn't pull up an answer. And if you want to be meta, just write tree 4 or something, or tree 3 fractorial or something, or just start being Anyway, yeah, you want to be silly and know you're bearing out your opponent. Yeah, you can play with the Goblin game and do some silliness. Flame Tongue Kavu. Back in the day, simply called FTK. It was one of those creatures that, for quite a while, at the very least in Standard, it had to be a card was not considered playable if it couldn't pass the FTK test. Here's the thing about FTK. Can you get enough value out of it before the Kavu comes down? If not, can it survive the 4 damage that the Kavu would deal? So at that point, people were more willing to play, let's say, a 2-5. A 2-5 or a 3-5 instead of a 4/4 or 5/3. Because Flame Tongue Kavu would just blow up anything that had a toughness lower than 4 or lower than 5. It's still a decent card. It's not as good as it used to be. The thing is, the modern day descendant of something like this would be like Ravenous Chupacabra. Four mana for a 2/2. Comes into play, destroy target creature and opponent controls. This is slightly easier to cast, and it's a 4/2. It only deals 4 damage, but 4 damage still does a lot to a lot of creatures. You're playing red. It's also not completely unreasonable that you are playing some kind of cards that like increase the amount of damage that stuff deals. You know, is it gratuitous? Is that the card I'm thinking of? Oh yeah. If a creature you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. 5 mana. So if you happen to drop something like this first, then Flame Tongue Kavu will come into play, deal 8 to something, and then swing for 8. But that's red. Where are we at? 10:30. Let's see if I can get these guys gone through quickly. Green. Alpha Kavu, are you playing Kavu Tribal? You might want this. This card sacrifices power of a Kavu for toughness. Could be relevant if you have to deal with somebody else's FTK, but realistically, they're more likely playing a card like Ravenous Chupacabra or whatnot. This is fine. Amphibious Kavu, whenever it blocks or becomes blocked. So basically, if this ends up in combat with something that's blue or black, this gets +3/+3 till end of turn, so it goes from a 2/2 to a 5/5. People probably should be more likely playing a 3 mana, like 3/4 or maybe a 4/4 if you can pull it off instead. But this is still fine, and again, if you're playing Kavu Tribal, this is actually not bad. Plus, you know, you're going up against, you know, black is going to be a common color to go up against, so you can largely treat that as a 5/5. Planeswalker's Favor, this is like the opposite of the black one. Instead of the creature getting -X/-X till end of turn and possibly killing it, this gets a boost. It's okay. You know, you could end up pumping for 0. You could end up pumping for like 7+. Again, you want to see who's most likely to be able to have something that you can, you know, where you can make it worthwhile. Root Greevil, the root of all Greevils. Probably wouldn't bother with this in general. This is probably... I probably wouldn't... Well... Pardon me. I probably would play this just because I want to be able to go... Cool. You're playing what, and what? Cool. blow up all those white enchantments that you got setting out. I'm sure you're getting a couple hitting the crossfire as well. Yeah, I know. Weren't we lucky? We get to stay out of this. You know, because let's be honest, white is kind of dumb when it comes to enchantments. I would presume that white is going to have. I would assume that the two colors most likely to have a lot of enchantments in play are white and blue. And I would assume that in general, white leads by a large margin. Your smothering ties, your uh, trouble in pairs, and your variants. Sphere of your circle. Well, no, circle protections aren't really going to see that much play. Maybe one of them might, but realistically, probably not. Um, oh, what do you call it? Sphere safety, ghostly prison, rest in peace. Just so many enchantments that white gets access to turn around and stop people from playing stuff. And you just go, I'll play this, sack it, go away. Falling Timber. Fog's a single creature, and if you kick it, fog's another creature. That's it. Fog 2 entire creatures for 3 mana and sacking a land. Okay, whatever. No. I would probably play the Root of All Grievals first. Quirion Dryad. 2 mana for 1/1. Whenever you cast a spell that's at least one color that the Dryad isn't. So the card can be like green blue. The question is not is it green? The question is at least a part of it not green, but still has at least one color to it. It's basically, does it have at least one color that's not green? Cool. Because this thing can get really... Remember what I was saying before about the Mog Sentry? Sorry, the... No, Mog... Yeah, Mog Sentry. Your opponent casts stuff and it gets bigger till end of turn. Quirion Dryad gets that as a permanent buff, and you can turn around and cast a bunch of spells and then go fling and kill somebody that way. Enjoy. She's a Dryad, but I might not play her in Dryad Tribal just because unless there's enough... You know what? 1, 2, 3... Okay. You'd have to play 5 colors to get them all. Only Zimona and Dina require blue. Only Calus requires red. Cast it without paying its mana cost. You're green-white. Okay. So you could go... What color are you? You could go Abzan Dryads. There would be two you couldn't play. Calist and Zamonandina. Eso! So yeah, you could go. You'd only have about 10 of them you could actually play, but it would be a starting point. And each of those other 10 cards would be something that's not. Something that's at least partly not green. So there is a way to build it. Sky Shroud Blessing. Oh. Sky Shroud Blessing is okay, so 2 mana. The worst this is like, yeah, it's good lord. 4, 2, 30, 330? I think. Somewhere around there. I think it's about 330. Oh, wow. You're more east than I thought you were. Give me a sec here. 2. Yeah. So you're GMT +2, I guess? I thought you might have only been +1. I guess you're +2? Okay. I'll remember that eventually. Yeah, Sky Shroud Blessing. The worst it is 2 mana instant, draw a card. Occasionally you can turn around and muck up somebody's ability of, like, you know, Ghost Quarter or Strip Mine or some other shenanigans. Actually, Thespian Stage. Yeah. Well, UTC doesn't take time clock changes into consideration. Thespian Stage. So this can temporarily shut off a card from, like, this can temporarily shut a Thespian Stage from being able to copy something. Because the land that you want to target suddenly gains Shroud. Probably acts a little better when you're playing with manlands. Actually, where you probably want this more is a card like Nature's Revolt or something of that nature that turns all your lands into creatures in addition to being lands. That's probably the #1 place you would want a card like that. Although that being said, I may want to toss this into my mono green control deck. Guys, might again, domain cards +2 is fine. +3 is about where it balances. Getting more than that is really strong. To pull off more than that, though, without shenanigans, like without doing weird wonky shenanigans, you really want Dryad of the Elysian Grove or Prismatic Omen or something else that says, hey, by the way, your lands all, your lands have all basic land types. It's not impossible to get 3. You can probably squeeze your way to 4. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that because there's one I was looking at earlier that I'm not fond of at all. Where are we here? Implode. 1 red plus 4. Stone Rain, draw a card. I would not pay 5 mana to blow up a land just to draw a card on top. But if it's an efficient enough card, like Skyshroud Blessing, drawing a card for 2 mana in green is still fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. And giving yourself some kind of protection on top of that is useful. But cantrips, it really depends. I think it largely depends on what. I think it really depends on what else it does. If it's a cheap card that cantrips, then is so much stronger. But don't pay 5 mana just to blow up a land and draw a card when you can do so much else, for a better price. Like, especially when you've got cards that allow you to just, if I'm playing mono red and I want to draw additional cards, the best way for me to do that is a card like Splendor Twin on Humble Defector. The key card here, realistically, is the Humble Defector. Which is I think it's 1 red, 1 other for 2/1. I want to say it's like a human monk. Come on. Alright, fine. And Splinter Twin. Again, you start off with Humble Defector. There we go. Human Rogue. Okay, that also makes sense. 1 red, 1 other for 2/1. Tap. Draw 2 cards. Target opponent gains control of Humble Defector. Activate only during your turn. It's actually not terrible. Then you put Splinter Twin on Humble Defector. Splinter Twin then gives Humble Defector an additional ability. You put Splinter Twin on a creature. That creature gets an ability of tap, make a copy of me. That only lasts till end of turn. but the copy has haste. Cool. So Splinter Twin on Humble Defector. The Humble Defector gets an ability, tap, make a hasty token of Humble Defector. You take the token, you tap it, draw 2 cards, give the opponent control of a tapped token that's only going to last till end of turn. There's a high chance the opponent, especially since Humble Defector has to be activated on your turn, there's a high chance that your opponent can't actually do anything with a tapped token. So you get to draw 2 cards at no drawback to you. If they can untap it, cool. They can untap it, but they wouldn't be able to use it until their turn. But they can't activate it on their turn, and it's going to die before it gets to their turn. So, 2-card combo, that's going to draw you an extra 2 cards every turn. If I want to draw extra cards in red, I'm going to do that. Or I play cards like Wheel of Fortune or something of that nature, which is kind of getting dumb with how expensive it is these days. Yeah, if I care about drawing cards, getting to that point is kind of easy. If I want to. Well, only because I know how to. At which point then it's like, I'm just going to play Pillage instead. Pillage is a slightly more difficult cost than Stone Rain, but it can blow up an artifact or a land. But if I'm traveling down that road, I mean, I said before, I'll say again, give me Aftershock, an artifact, a creature, or a land. Sure, I take 3 damage, but it's only 4 mana and I get to blow up pretty much anything that red wants to blow up. And it's common. Don't care. Oh, actually, yes, so since you're here, if you're still conscious enough for it. I saw these 2. And I was thinking about them for Pauper. Because it turns out they're both commons. Honorable Scout, being in your sideboard, like, it is so easy for that to gain 10 life for a, for a 1 mana 1/1 creature. Is there a reason not to be playing that? And then Slingshot Goblin, I saw that, and realistically, the primary thing that went through my head was, yeah, but, I mean, you see Deluxicov, for example, playing, whatchamacallit, Lone Visionary. Whereas Slingshot Goblin can take down, Slingshot Goblin, I see that as something that can help keep Murmuring Mystic at bay, or at least help keep it manageable. I mean, I'd probably only consider one or two in the sideboard. But there's that. Delver also comes to mind. Combine that with Lightning Bolt, and you can kill, some of these 5 power or 5 toughness creatures that see play. Uh, Tellurian Terror, I think, is a 5/5, isn't it? Yeah, 5/5. Cryptic. I think it's called Cryptic Serpent. Yep, Cryptic Serpent. It can kill like between 1 mana spent from Slingshot Goblin and like a Lightning Bolt. What's the other big beastie that sees play? The other big blue beastie? Because there's 3 of them these days that are all about the same size. All stupidly cheap to cast. Am I misremembering? Is there only 2 of them? I thought there were 3 of them. I thought, what's the other one I'm thinking of then? Oh, wait, is it got affinity maybe? Yeah, yeah. I think that might be the other one I was thinking of. That might be the other one I was thinking of. And that's that that and the crab realistically are like the biggest ones that would require actual effort. But the crab is also an artifact. Yeah. But yeah, those should be able to like those should be able to take out most things. It would really only be the Gear Seeker that would actually survive. So I think if people started playing I think if people started playing the Slingshot Goblin more, Gear Seeker might see more play. Although my answer to that would just be turn around and go, okay, Aftershock. I would take 3, lose your giant beastie. Motani's Harmony. Don't play Martin. Again, don't play Motani's Harmony. You generally want to play the cards that are like an extra mana to an extra mana or two. Like if you play the ones that are 3 mana, you're turning your lands into lands that have for 2 mana of any one color and have some kind of bonus ability to it. having an aura that just says, hey, your land taps for any one color. There's the Harvest Mage. Makes your land, makes all your lands tap for any color till end of turn. You don't need to build a City of Brass when you can, or you can just play with more lands that can tap for any color, which can be done real cheap on top of anything else while you're at it. Query and Explore. 2 mana for 1/1. That's basically, what do you call it? Reflecting Pool? Exotic Orchard? I forget which one it is. I think it's Exotic Orchard. Add 1 mana of any color that a land an opponent controls could produce. Yeah, this is a 2 mana. This is Exotic Orchard as a 1/1 elf. Are you playing Elf Tribal? Are you playing Druid Tribal? Are you playing Scout Tribal? And we'll on some mana ramp. Any of the above would probably have an interest in this, especially if you're playing more than one color. Thornscape Familiar? Generally considered from the perspective of actually being able to do things, probably considered the best one. Because it's got 2 power instead of 1 like most of the others. It does end up getting chumped all day long, however, by the Sunscape Familiar. But if you're in Naya, especially if green is lower in terms of the colorless components, just play it. Are you playing green and red? Are you playing green and white? Are you playing green and red and white? Just play it. Unless you actually have a legitimate reason not to, just play it. Same with most of the other familiars. They're pretty much all good enough to be able to play. By the time somebody kills them, you've probably already probably made up enough for it. Magnagoth Treefolk. So this is based on lands that you control. You're playing green, so you're going to have forest. You drop an Urborg, you suddenly have swamps. This, between those two, will have Swamp Walk and Forest Walk. Chances are good you're going to be able to get through. I would say probably 80%, about 60 to 75% of the time, it's just going to be a 2/6 unblockable. Which 2/6 averages to 4/4, so scale based on that. And it's just going to hit for 2 every turn and not care. Might be worth a consideration, and like I would have put it had I thought about it in like mono green burn. If I hadn't taken the route I did with respect to creatures that I wanted to get through for damage, I might have considered. I might have actually considered Landwalk. The ability would favor high strength to toughness ratio. Yeah. Although the other way to look at this is if you are playing Toughness Matters decks. And if you're playing Toughness Matters, you're playing green, you might be looking at Doran the Siege Tower, at which point this swing says a 6/6. Although Doran the Siege Tower, good luck trying to beat, Doran the Siege Tower plus Indomitable Ancients. Hi, I've got a 4 mana 10/10. What? Well, it says it's a 2/10, but really it's going to be attacking for 10. Pygmy Kavu is going to see a lot of play. Just, it's too good not to. I want to know how much you can. How much are you as a 7 4? So 750. Okay, okay. That's yeah. Pick me, pick me, pick me, Kavu. Yeah. 11 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, you don't play this for the fact that it's a Kavu. You don't play this for its size. You take this for the fact that I play this. I'm gonna draw like 8 cards. Because even in a bad situation on the table, you're gonna probably draw at least 2. And that's bad. And you're drawing 2 cards and getting a 1/2 for 4 mana. I think you can. I think most people can find their way to. They'll be upset that they're only getting 2 cards out of it, but if the rest of the table, yeah, just don't care. Gaia's Herald, 2 mana 1/1 elf. That says creature spells can't be countered. Make a lot of people sad. However, it in and of itself can still be countered. So you make sure you counter this, and then it can stop everything else. That being said, if somebody decides to do, I don't know, Ether Vial shenanigans or something silly, Ether Vial or Quicksilver Amulet, Elvish Piper, stuff like that, and just have them jump into play and shrug. Yeah. Namada. Are you playing around saplings? Are you playing around a token theme? Are you like the you're playing green. The amount of mana that you can generate in green is dumb. Take that dumb amount of mana, take it into 1/3 times dumb saplings, and go, okay, I'll sack one that's blocked. I'll sack all my saplings that are blocked to give all my other saplings plus X plus X. Wait, what? Well, you blocked 4 of them. So all my saplings that got through are going to get +4 +4. GG? Oh. Promo growth. And this is one of the cards that I would rather play over whatchamacallit, over rampant growth in Commander. You go turn 1, Llanowar Elf, or something similar. Or you know, uh, turn 2, you cast this, you kick it by sacking the Land of War Elf, and then you get 2 actual land cards out of your deck. And go thunk. I would rather play this so much more. The worst is Untamed Wilds, because the lands, it does not, like, it only searches up basics. It only searches up basics, but it does not say the lands enter tapped. They enter untapped. Well, unless something else makes them enter tapped, but that's another story. And this can pull up, any basic. This is basically Untamed Wilds with an extra kick available. All right. I'm only going to go through... Oh. There we go. I will be back in a moment. Please hold. Okay. Alright. So only 13 cards that are one color and have a multicolor identity, so I can get through these guys fairly quickly. Volcano Imp. I think you should be able to get a 2/2 first strike by now. 2/2 flying first strike, I should say. ID equal black. O first. O flying. Mana value equal 4. Mirror the oh wow, really? That's it? Mirror the cursed, or Mirror the cursed, actually. And Pit Raptor is basically it for creatures that have flying and first strike. The heck are you holding? Oh, it looks like a slingshot. Yeah, flying and first strike without going into another color. At 4 mana. What if I go greater than 2? Sort by power. Okay. 3 mana here. 4 here, 4 here. Wow. Still really hard to get. Yeah. Interesting. Not easy. Not as easy to get flying on first strike that I thought. Okay. Disciple of Kangi. 3 mana for 2/2 that can give a creature flying and make that creature blue till end of turn. Might only be relevant if you want to bypass somebody's Chroma's Memorial or a similar effect. You know, Chroma's Memorial, the various white knights, white knight, silver knight, black knight, and similar variants thereof, narwhal, whirling dervish, all that sort of jazz stuff. That's like, you know, here's a here's a creature that people want to play for other reasons, and it's got protection from whatever. Change the color to blue, and a lot of stuff just doesn't have protection from blue. Drownu's Pet. Are you playing a Reanimator deck? This allows you to have a healthy sized creature. Well, okay. This allows you to have a 3 mana 2/2 or a 6 mana 2/2 with a bunch of counters on it based on how much what you pitched cost that you can then turn around and reanimate the following turn. So, discard outlet, you know, plus being a big fatty. And the funny thing is, because it only cares if the card was discarded, it doesn't even care if the card ends up going to exile or gets shuffled back in or this, that. It's just, oh, you discard a creature? How big was it? Or, sorry, how much did it cost? Okay, well, I discarded, Emrakul the Second. I forgot what that one's called. Not Emrakul the Eon Storm, because that's the first one. Not the World Anew, that's the new one. The Promised End. Oh, probably. But I mean, I was just thinking, you discard Emrakul the Promised End. And then it ends up being like a 15/15. Etc., etc., etc. Yeah. There are reasons to play it. Stone Kavu, eh. 5 mana for a 3/3 that you can pay pump red mana into it to give +1, fire breathing or toughness breathing. Depending on whether you're paying red mana or white mana. This feels like you're playing it because you're playing Kavu. But I'd be less enthralled with it. I'll go through the battle mages all together real quick. Thunderscape Battle Mage. If you play the black kicker cost, target player discards 2 cards. If you pay the green kicker cost, blow up an enchantment. The green kicker cost is going to be more useful. The black kicker cost, again, are you playing with, are you playing where discard is relevant? Alternatively, a Gender Reanimator deck, its target player discards 2 cards, so maybe you want it so you can discard yourself. Sunscape. Turn you back on. Oh my god, I'm almost there. Green kicker blows up a flyer. Blue kicker draws 2 cards. I mean, I think with the plethora of dragons and angels, demons, dragons, and other such big flying beasties that people like to play, this is probably going to work pretty well for you. Drawing 2 cards, nobody's ever going to complain about drawing extra cards. The only problem is this is really a Proed Unicorn with, I think it's Wallop. No. Destroy target creature with flying. Something that is just that. Plummet. What was the first printing of Plummet? Realistically, M11. So, Proed Unicorn with Plummet or Divination kicker. It's fine. I think really the only wrong way to play it is just as a Pearled Unicorn. Nightscape Battle Mage. Return. If it was. Okay. So it's red kicker cost, destroy target land. Its blue kicker cost, return up to 2 target non-black creatures to their owner's hands. The only reason it says non-black is because you're playing... Oh, I see why. Return up to 2 creatures to their owner's hands. If you ignore the word non-black, you could return the Battle Mage as one of them. And basically go black, blue, 4. Yep, I was just processing that. Black plus blue plus 4. Return target creature to its owner's hand. And get whatever you would get from a 2/2 coming into play. You know, if you've got like a Pandemonium effect or something like that. I mean, Thunderscape I'd be meh in, but I can find uses for it. Sunscape, just don't play it as vanilla. Nightscape, Nightscape, I think you want it in any form. Thornscape. Thornscape I can see getting played because, you know, the red kicker, 2 damage to any target, is quite a bit. Plus, also don't forget, you're playing green, red, and white. You're playing green. Getting 2 additional colors should be fairly easy. Plus the kicker costs are only a single mana each. The red one, 2 damage to any target. What do you feel like hitting? And the white kicker cost, destroy target artifact. Okay. Yeah. White does occasionally blow up artifacts, although it's usually artifact or enchantment, but yeah. Stormscape. 3 mana for a 2. Notice they're all 3 mana for a 2/2. The white kicker, you gain 3 life. The black kicker is destroy target, so is Dark Banishing, which is what Dark Banishing would have cost. Nowadays, they would just make that something like murder. Yeah. I'm less fond of the Stormscape Battle Mage. I would play Thornscape above it. In general, I think I would probably put Stormscape. I think I would put Stormscape in here between the Thunderscape and the Sunscape. Let's go look at the other 4 real quick. Caldera Kavu. That's actually pretty decent. 3 mana for 2/2 Kavu. Slightly slower fire breathing and making it the color of your choice till end of turn. I think that pump ability is going to carry it a lot more than most people would probably realize. Mirrorwood Treefolk. The next time damage would be dealt to this creature, damage is dealt to any target instead. Basically, oh, cool. You're trying to hit me for 37? No, how about that takes 37 instead? Or that takes 37. Or you take 37. Or that take... I'm going to redirect it to my stuffy doll, and now you can take 37. Keldon Mantle. This is actually a fun little aura. The only thing I realize is that these first two abilities have actual use for being able to be like um it makes sense to pay that cost and do it more than once. Like in a single turn cycle. Regenerate. I can see multiple people trying to kill whatever it's on. Fire breathing. Yes, you pretty much always want to do that. You only ever want to do this on your turn and pretty much just need to do it once. I wish it had something else instead, but it's still fine. Huh, Morgue Toad. Mana storage when you need to when you need suddenly second go. Hey, by the way, give me. Alright. The actual multicolored, I'm only going to go through the first, roughly the bottom half. Raising Snid. 6 mana for a 3/3. This first ability, we eventually learned that this was referred to as gating. So if you ever hear somebody talking about cards from their Sarah that have a similar ability, you know, if you ever hear, you know, they're talking about older cards that have an ability like this, they're saying gating, they're talking about an ability like this. Usually, when it enters, you return a card that a creature that shares a color with what this thing's mana cost says. Which also means you can bounce itself. And doing that, you just get to redo it over and over and over again. When it enters, each player sacks land of their choice. No big deal. I mean, it's fine. But I mean, what makes me most uncomfortable with this card probably, well, first of all, it's a 6 mana card that is going to be harder and harder and harder to cast the longer you keep using it. Second of all, if somebody's got a Torpor Orb in play, this is a 6 mana 3/3 that does nothing. This, on the other hand, now, mind you, again, bouncing creatures back to hand, you can have use from that. You know, return a red or black creature back to hand, bounce back your various, you know, Flame Tankavu and Necrotal and Ravenous Chupacabra and similar creatures. Stuff that have a come into play ability that you want to reuse. Steel Leaf Paladin, I'd rather have this. 2 creature types that I would actually care about. 4 mana for a 4/4 first strike, again with gating. But what green or white cards are there that you would care about? Well, again, Thragtusk commonly comes to mind, even though it's not common, but tish. I much prefer the Steel Leaf Paladin over the Raising Snid. Malicious Advice. 1 black, 1 blue, plus X. Instant. Tap X, target artifacts, creatures, and or lands. You lose X life. You do this for, say, 6. You're going to tap 6 permanents and get 6 life sucked out of you. It's kind of like if you're playing Channel. The funny thing is, I think this cost an extra mana or was sorcery speed. uh, you wouldn't be losing life. But the fact that this is an instant, like, this is a lot, I think this is a lot stronger than most people realize. I have effects to do when, at beginning of combat before you declare attackers. Wait, what? I have effects for, okay. Beginning of combat? Yeah, tap down your team. Sure, I take 12, but I'm saving myself from taking like 35. Oh. Okay. Uh I think people should play malicious advice more. Daring leap? Eh? I The big difference between running Gigadrows versus running malicious advice is once you get past the first 2 mana, the rest of it can be anything. You know, if you're playing Grixis, let's say, the remaining, the X there can be red mana. Gigadrows is stuck being mono blue. You know, I mean, you're not wrong. Gigadrows is really good. But as far as Commander is concerned, I would probably play Malicious Advice first. If I'm playing at least Dimir. Gigadrows would probably be a couple levels lower. Not necessarily like a lot lower, but it's also Word of Binding, which most people don't even know is a thing. And was common when it first got printed too. Sadly, not available on Magic Online. They need to fix that. But I mean, it made cards like Royal Assassin a lot better. Daring Leap, I think the number one reason I would want to play a card like Daring Leap is if I suddenly wanted an instant way to give first strike. It doesn't mean the rest of the card is bad. But if I wanted to give flying or a relatively small size boost, there's much easier ways to do that. The big reason to run Daring Leap over something else is the first strike. And first strike can do a lot for so many things. First strike combined with trample, for example, or death touch. First strike on a creature with death touch is just dumb. But yeah, it's I would play Malicious Advice. I could easily see Malicious Advice being played above Daring Leap. Lava Zombie, again, has gating. 3 mana for 4/3 back in the day was really solid. Comes into play, fine. I have to return one of my creatures back to hand. But considering I'm paying 6 mana for 4/4 first strike, you know, or I can pay 3 mana for 4/3 with fire breathing for 2. The lava zombie, again, if you're playing zombies and you're running red, lava zombie should probably be in there somewhere. Marsh Crocodile, the cute thing about Marsh Crocodile is, 4 mana for 4/4. Let's say there's a creature that you just don't want to deal with anymore. Or you want to get it in your graveyard for some other means, like, you want to reanimate it. 4 mana, 4/4. Comes into play, return a creature, because it has 2 come into play abilities, so you can stack them how you want. Come into play, so gating, I'll take this creature, bring it back to my hand. And then when it comes into play, each player discards a card. Cool, I'll do it in the order that it says on the card. And, like, I'll resolve it in that order. Cool. I'll discard this creature. Also, anyone that's been playing long enough, does this card not resemble, like, does the art for this not give you the idea of, like, Time Spiral when they're going through? Yeah. Silver Drake, I think nowadays this would just simply be a 3 mana 3/3 flower. It wouldn't have gating. But again, having gating isn't necessarily a drawback. It's commonly seen as such, but you can build your deck in ways to make use of it. Reading Kavu. Prevent all combat damage blue creatures and black creature would deal this turn. I.e., any creature that has at least one color that's not one of the 3 colors that Radiant Kavu is. Oh. Oh yeah. You get some of those cards that go, hey, by the way, and this is blue till end of turn, and this is green till end of turn, and this is red till end of turn, etc., etc. Radiant Kavu is going to enjoy that. One more row. Ancient Spider. Compare this to Giant Spider, which was 1 green plus 3 for a 2/4 with reach. For changing a colorless to white, you gain an extra point of toughness and you gain first strike. That is a lot. Like, are you playing spiders? Are you playing spiders? Are you playing, are you playing this color combination? This is probably going to end up in your 75 and your 99 somewhere. Did I actually put you in, you know what? Where's my commander decks? I haven't actually jumped to this page lately. Details. I'm looking for spiders. Nope, did not put you in. But depending on how you're building your deck, this is quite reasonable. Although nowadays, like, this would probably be, well, a 3/4 for, I could see 3/4 first strike with reach for 4 mana. And 2/5 basically works out the same math. Sparkcaster. Sparkcaster was funny. 4 mana for 5/3 with gating. Depending on what you're gating, you can always return the creatures that you cast that has gating. A Spark Caster can return itself. When it enters, 1 damage change to target player or planeswalker. So every turn, so I have Pandemonium in play. Come and play, deal 5 damage. Plus come and play, deal damage to player or planeswalker. So basically, come and play, you take 6, bounce it back to hand. Next turn, comes into play, you take 6, bounce it back. No big deal. It's fine. Natural emergence. Return a regret. Here, this is probably the one card that's got gating that's different because this is an enchantment, and so you return a enchantment that shares a color. Lands you control are 2/2 creatures with first strike. They're still lands. Are you looking to turn your lands into beat sticks? Are you running red? You play this. Shevin Worm, 7/7 trample with gating. I mean, depending on what you're gating. You know, sometimes you wanna gate creatures back like ding 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 and bounce stuff back and forth. This one returns this, this one returns this, this returns this, this returns this, because you care about other common play abilities. You know. Black red. I think there's 2 for every color pair. But yeah. And then artifacts, there's only the 5. Mana Silex has been kicked to the curb many times. Stratodon is a 5/5 trample that can come down for 5 if you've got one of each land in play. Realistically, like paying 7 is a little overcosted, but you can work with it. Draco is more of a combo piece. If you have all 5 basic land types, this is a 6 mana 9/9 flyer with an upkeep cost of 0. More than likely, this is a card to hit with certain effects that want you to have a giant mana cost and go, by the way, you know, this deals 16. Like if you do manage to drop this into play off of Pandemonium, that's 16. Then sack it to something else. Oh, and it's a 9/9 flyer. I don't think that part is ever going to be, well, I shouldn't say never relevant, but largely relevant. Skyship Weatherlight. Search for any number of artifacts and or creature cards and exile them. Basically, you're stalking the Weatherlight with crew and loot. That's it. You're stalking the Weatherlight with crew and loot. And then you're randomly finding out what crew and what loot you get. Star Compass. Star Compass tries to be like, this tries to be like Charcoal Diamond, etc. Where you're losing weight on the Weatherlight. But wait. Yeah, this tries. Oh, this had a common printing. I did not realize this had a common printing. If I'm playing a commons only deck that needs another piece of. Is that a basic land? It won't do anything with wastes. That's a shame. But, yeah. Star Compass. Pardon me. Star Compass wants you to have basic lands to actually get it to do anything. It's like it tries to be a chromatic style of charcoal diamond, etc., etc. And then the 8 lands. Oh my god, I'm almost done. So, you have these final 5 here, which are the first time that we actually had 3 tricolored lands. We've had lands that are 5 color, i.e. City Brass. We've had dual lands. We've had monocolored lands. But we had never had any lands. Well, I was going to say we never had any lands that could be used for 3 colors before. That's not completely true. Homelands had a cycle, but they were kind of bad at their job because it was you tapped it for colorless, you tapped 1 and it for its key color, or you tapped 2 and tapped it for the color on either side of the color wheel. So if you had, if red was your central color, you'd have black on one side and green on the other. So you pay 1 and tap it, you get a red. You pay 2 and tap it, you get a black or a green. But these just out and out said tap, add 1 of the 3 colors to your mana pool. It had the layer type, which was rarely relevant. Yeah, those are from Invasion. Which I mean do kind of count, but they don't consistently generate one of the 3 colors that you need. They generate 1, or you sack them for the other 2. Although to be fair, that was relevant for some decks back in the day. There was a Invasion era standard deck, I think it was, that ran Balancing Act, which was basically a 4 mana version of Balance. And it ran the Invasion sack lands that Asa was just talking about, and you sacked all your lands for mana. Cast Balancing Act, make everyone else have to sack all their lands, and use that extra mana for other stuff. But as far as actual 3 colored lands were concerned, that just simply said tap, add X, Y, or Z to your mana pool. This was the first cycle. Comes down play, sacrifice it unless you return a non-layer you control to its owner's hand. Okay. It doesn't even say comes into play tapped, which still is a big deal, because most tri-lands still say this enters tapped. Dergaz, Caldera, Crosus Catacombs, that entire cycle don't say that. They come into play untapped, unless an effect makes them otherwise. So you can tap them for mana right away. And here we go again. And no, now my nose is saying no. I'll do these last three in reverse order. Terminal Moraine, tap for colors, tap 2 and sack it, search for a basic, put in play, taps and shuffle. It's like, you know, it's one of the earliest evolving wilds cards, but this one actually tapped for mana, and it would take like I think it took until Shire Terrace and I think Promising Vein was the other one for us to actually legitimately get something that was actually better than Terminal Moraine. You had the panoramas, but they only got the colors that the panoramas specifically cared about. You know, which is one of three. Like the calderas here, the same color schemes too. So you'd had one that did, you know, the Jund panorama would get mountain, swamp, or forest, but would never get plains or island. Terminal Moraine didn't care. Meteor Crater, choose the color of a permanent you control, add 1 mana of that color to your mana pool. Actually, a um, really good card that, especially if you've got cards that have hybrid costs that you can cast off of one color and then treat it as the other color for effects like Meteor Crater so you can cast other stuff. Also, once you've got something that says, hey, or I'm all the colors in my commander deck. Cool. I tap it for whatever color I want now. And then Forsaken City, this is the harder one to make work. This is one of your various City of Brass effects. Does not untap normally. On your upkeep, you have to exile card from your hand to be able to untap it. If, you know, and then there's also, oh no, you said that earlier. And then it taps for any colors. So this is a card that you rarely want to be playing it normally. However, if you're like some people, like the crew from, you know, MTG Goldfish, most of them are like addicted to drawing cards. I've got 15, I've got 18 cards in my hand. Okay, you can probably afford to find one that you're willing to pitch to, like a basic land or something, that you can pitch to Forsaken City so you can untap it. Anyway, that is it for tonight. Let's just take a quick boo at what's coming up next. No. Apocalypse. Probably Whirlpool Warrior. I think I'm gonna call Whirlpool Warrior. Because Phyrexian Arena sees standard play. The Pain lands see play anytime they're viable. Vindicate sees play. Used to see a decent amount of play in Legacies. Started occasionally, I think you're in Modern. Yeah, you're in Modern Horizons 2, so you sneak up there. Goblin Ringleader sneaks into other formats. Not really a card that's commonly associated with Commander. Fervent Church, I don't know anybody playing that anywhere. Mystic Snake. I think anywhere you can play it, it has been played. Pernicious Deed sees play. Uh, Life and Death, actually, maybe Life and Death, maybe. But I feel like Whirlpool Warrior's the first card that I come across that actually says, no, I'm a commander deck. I'm a commander card. Okay, I think I'm going to call it for the night. Uh, may not be streaming next week. I may end up having to work tomorrow night. Not as such, but I'm looking at the kind of cards that, well, it it was EDH at that point. It was something that was more common in the judge community. Not really a thing that existed beyond that. But, yeah. No, I'm talking like the kind of cards that if people, like if I'm using them for a, if I'm using them for a thumbnail, something that people would recognize and go, oh, yeah, I've seen that card being played before, but if they see it being played before, it's in a commander. It's a commander deck that plays it. Like a card like Whirlpool Warrior is the sort of thing that you could easily find somebody tossing into, say, Nekusar. You know, or various other decks want to do that sort of thing. Nekusar is probably the one that Nekusar is probably the most likely deck to play it, but there's other options. Um, Whereas a lot of these other cards, they have history that goes elsewhere. Uh, or like Goblin Ringleader historically has always said goblins and has been played in other formats before, so people might see this and think, legacy or like it has a legacy slash vintage. Um, what's the word I'm looking for? Heritage, I think might be the word I want. For anything that's before that consistently sees play elsewhere. The next two are eh. Pernicious Deed sees play in a lot of places. Life and Death, I'm not familiar with that really being played anywhere for anything. So, like Fervent Church, Mystic Snake, and Life and Death are like eh. But Whirlpool Warrior is like the first card I would put down as this is a deck commander players would recognize. And plus, apart from Plane Chase, it doesn't have any other printings. Compare that to Phyrexian Rager, where I see Phyrexian Rager, and the first thing going through my mind is that's not a commander card. That's a pauper card. Anyway, it is midnight here. I'm heading off. I will post as soon as I know whether or not I'm going to be able to stream next week or not. So, have a good night, everyone. If I don't see you next week, I will see you in 2 weeks. Because in the meantime, let's see here. The Tuesday next week is Canada Day, aka Canada's birthday. And the weekend of the 4th of July I will be at Montreal Comic Con working for my LGS there. Anyway, good night, everyone. Pasta la pizza and all that jazz.